Hello and welcome, everybody. It is a beautiful day, about 70 degrees, sunny, and a nice breeze down here in Mexico. We're excited to kick off the 2026 Mexican 1000 with the National Off-Road Racing Association, better known as NORRA. Hello, I'm Ken Stout, and I'm honored to be a small part of this prestigious 7-day-long event that goes from Ensenada to Cabo. Roy Ward will join me in the booth, and Pam Hall will be interacting with all the drivers for the entire week. Roy, this event is designed to be both an intense race with $100,000 on the line for the premier 6100 class, and then a full-on social event every single night after everything is done. There's no other race like it.
Thanks, Ken. You're right. I'm so excited to be guest announcing here for the NORRA Mexican 1000. If I can't be racing, this is the next best thing.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's going to be a lot of fun, and of course we will kick it all off with qualifying. And I believe we have Pam ready to go. I don't know if it's pre-recorded or if we're going to get her live, but Pam Hall is standing down there on the starting line. And looks like maybe some technical glitches there. So we'll fill in, give you an idea of what's happening. As you can see, the 6100s are lined up. They will roll off first. It will be a short qualifying lap here today, 2.48 miles, so about 2.5 miles, and everybody will have a chance at it. There is no particular lineup. It's really first come, first serve, and I believe one of the new teams to the sport will be first to roll off, and Richard Cicente and Richard and Ricky. Not sure who's driving there, but we'll see what happens as they progress. But some pretty talented drivers inside of the 6100 class, Roy.
Yeah, there's going to be a stacked field of 6100s and all different types. You've got Brenthals, you got some Masons, some Geyser trucks. It's going to be some pretty good qualifying. We'll see what they do.
To give you an overall picture of the event, special stages, which in effect are the racing stages, total 1,100.3 miles. Then the transit stages, which gets them between the racing stages, adds up to 281.2 miles for a grand total of 1,381.5 miles. So we'll just round up and give them a little bit here and call it 1,400 miles.
Yeah, they've got quite a week in front of them. The transit sections give you a minute to kind of get your bearings and kind of feel the car out before you get up to your race speeds and stuff. So it's a really unique event, and man, it's a favorite of mine for sure. I love coming down to this race. I come late. I love racing it, but if I can't be racing it, I'll definitely be in front of the TV watching it.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I didn't realize all the social activities that went on after the racing was done, and it's a real thing, man. I mean, they want it to happen. And chatting with some guy named Rob McCachran, he said, as we watch one of the drivers climb in here, he said, man, it is just an absolute blast. He said, I learned after the first year to wear shorts underneath my driving suit, so when I climbed out, I could take the suit off and I'd be ready to hang out.
Yeah, especially when this first started back in like 2010, you get down to Bay of LA, and that was before they paved the road from, for most of the sections, and you'd have to wait 3 or 4 hours for your chase truck to show up at Bay of LA just to change over into your shorts and your flip flops. So the smart guys went ahead and did that. I mean, Mark McMillan even zip tied his flip-flops to the side of his car so he would have them there when he got there.
Yeah, that's great. Absolutely love it. He said the officials, once you cross the stripe for the end of the day, the officials will meet you right there at the finish line and hand you a nice ice cold Tecate. So can't imagine life being much better than that. By the way, that driver we saw climbing in, that was built in 2015 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Climbing in to suit up, get the belts on.
I bet you he's got the butterflies going now.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody does, right? I mean, no matter how many times you've done it, you still get those anxieties. I'm not sure how nervous some of the drivers are that have so much seat time out here, but you still get that anxiety. That's That's what it's all about, that big adrenaline rush. And at the end of the day, as we talked about, some of the talent that's out here is incredible, has been very, very successful, legendary names as well. So we'll see how it shakes down, because there's going to be some really fast trucks out here.
Yeah, if you're not nervous right now and you're sitting behind the wheel and waiting for your chance to go, you probably shouldn't be out there. And I don't care how many years you have on. You know what I mean?
So I'm curious, you have been down there and competed. Have these drivers had a chance to see? Have they had a chance to pre-run this qualifying course?
I believe they get one qualifying. They get like a little pre-run. They get to go around the course and check it out. That's all they get. But a lot of this guys have qualified for the Baja 500, the Baja 1000, and stuff like, and the Baja 400. And this is close to the same qualifying course. They might change it up a little bit, so maybe some of the score regulars might have a little bit of an advantage. But this is, 1,400 miles of racing. There's, you never know what's going to happen.
Always good to be out front, though, in clean air, right?
Oh, yeah. Everybody likes clean air, for sure.
I thought I read somewhere, and I've just been kind of scanning and scrolling. I cannot find it again, but for some reason, I thought there was a sight lap. But
yeah, that would be like the pre-run lap that they did. I think they take them around a controlled speed, I guess you would call it, and they get to do one lap, and then they line up for their qualifying lap.
As I said before, the weather down there, beautiful. Pam Hall sent me a text with the weather up there. It says Ensenada 70 degrees right now, sunny, high 73, low 48. So it gets chilly there at nighttime, as you would expect. But throughout the remainder of the day, of course, 12 o'clock Pacific time down there in Ensenada, as we speak right now, looks like it's going to be between 70 and 71 degrees here for the next couple of hours. So I just don't know that it gets any better to get inside of a race vehicle with all the garments on and helmet on, and then go ripping through the desert. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Yeah, and like you said, it looks like the 6142 is going to be the first one off the line, if I saw that correctly on the feed, and he's in a 2018 Geyser truck. So
yeah, I hope I'm saying the name right. It's Richard and Ricky Sicante, I believe is what it is, out of Tacoma, Washington.
Well, you would have mentioned that word better than I would have, so I'm going to go with that. I'm just going to call him Richard.
It says for their bio that they're new to the sport. So maybe we get a mulligan on this one.
Yeah, it looked like the Langley should be starting right behind him in the Cops truck, the number 250. And they're in a 2017 Mason truck, so we're already starting up with competition in the truck building industry.
Yeah, and of course, the Masons with that new unlimited all-wheel drive truck that they just came out with. I know Bryce is out testing his a little bit. I think Rob McCachran had a chance to test the one that they're going to be in as well. It's incredible what the unlimiteds have come to, but just incredibly expensive as well. And the 6100 class, as we will feature here with this NORRA event, is much more affordable, and they're still very, very competitive. I mean, they're very good at what they do, but essentially they'll be able to save a ton of money, for starters, because it's two-wheel drive truck. Secondly, because it's a spec engine, if you will, a limited engine that produces about 525 horsepower, so it keeps the cost of the program down a lot.
Oh, absolutely. And these 6100 trucks, the fast guys, they work their ways through the trophy truck fields, and it's surprising how high up they get in that overall standing at the end of the day. I mean, they're definitely in the top 5 every once in a while, if not higher on some of the other races. So
first truck off the line, it looks like. Yeah, I think one of the 6100 trucks won overall here just a few weeks ago.
Maybe one of the legacy races or best in the desert races.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, they're no joke, especially if you get the right driver behind the wheel. Look out.
It looks like it might be Robbie Gordon's truck. I think Max is driving that one, the number 7, or at least it certainly was that color.
Yeah, I think that was Max Gordon in the Clyde Stacy 6100 truck. I don't know if that's the trophy truck. I think that's his 6100 truck.
Yeah, no, that's a 6100 truck. I agree, but it's a relatively new one. It built in 2024, and of course he's fresh off of a win with his father at Silver State. They had an incredible time together. It was a pretty cool story there. Robbie and his father won it 40 years ago, and now Robbie and Max won it 40 years later. It's a great story.
Yeah, I was at that race, as a matter of fact. He kind of looks like he's sightseeing a little bit. What do we got now? That guy might be moving a little bit.
Yeah, somebody on the gas here.
He's going so fast the cameraman can't even catch him. So that looks like Max. Maybe he's taking his sightseeing course, or I don't know.
Some of these sections here, I mean, it looks like it's really well groomed, but it does look fairly narrow too.
Yeah, and it's a little
That's
slippery
for sure,
out
Max
there,
Gordon there. And he's had a lot of seat time as of late.
Yeah, I think they're just doing their reconnaissance lap right now. Because there's a couple trucks out there, and usually I'd say they'd be by themselves.
Max also fresh off of a win at the Long Beach Grand Prix of the Stadium Super Trucks just a week ago. I think that was last weekend. Time flies. But he had a great run there, and they also put on a Stadium Super Truck exhibition down here in Ensenada.
Yeah, and for those of the people that don't know, this is probably about 15 miles out of due east of Ensenada. There's a little place out there. Guy's got some land that he lets the racers use for the qualifying and the start of the races. So it's not too far out of town in Ensenada.
Yeah, this will be a quick lap here, and it looks like Max was already finished with his and pulling back out of line. I wonder if he wants to make a couple of quick adjustments, if that's possible. But did not look like he was going to tag the back of the line. All the qualifying going on here at Nelson Ranch. There's Ryan Arciero with the beneath red, white, and blue truck. One of the favorites to win here.
Oh yeah, Ryan is always at the top of the. If he's having a good run, he'll be right at the top of the field there. And I think actually, usually when he was racing before, he was always in Bob Gordon's buggy, so he was always in a vintage car, and they had won this race a few times overall in a vintage car. So he's jumping up to his 9-1 Industries truck. So good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I believe a 7-time winner down here at the NORRA Mexican 1000. That's a large number.
It is, but if it was Ryan Arciero, his dad Frank Arciero, Bob Gordon, Tim Crabtree. I mean, that's a pretty good lineup.
Yeah.
And I think even Max Gordon got in there one of those times too. So he's just taking it in right here, just kind of looking at the terrain, seeing how fast he thinks he can go through this section, and then probably also seeing how slippery that race course is coming into these corners.
Those look a little loose, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so hard to tell because they're not flinging these trucks around, so they're not giving us everything they got, so it's kind of hard to tell, but it can definitely get slippery out there. And it's a little deceiving because these trucks are set up to be, when they're being driven so hard, the shocks and everything, when you're going slow, it actually, the suspension doesn't react the way it does when it's going through its full cycle super fast. So once these guys get going, that truck will stiffen up a little bit, and they don't seem like a couch.
Yeah, they're designed to be driven hard, for sure.
Yep,
So one of the Herbst trucks out there making their sight lap as well. I believe Ed Herbst out here in the 263. I'm sorry, EJ.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Herbsts out there, and they got all their kids out there now, so they've plenty of trucks out there, especially when they come down for a race. They probably got a fleet of about 10 of them because they're using their trucks as pre-runners, and then they got the race trucks, and then everything else, and then maybe a couple spares. So nice to see the Herbst family out there in full force.
Yeah, another legendary name in the desert. Speaking of the Herbst, and look like that might have been the back of the line. So we anticipate a full 6 days of racing here once we get qualifying taken care of today.
Yeah, it's going to be a long week.
A total of 186.1 miles, and 37 miles of that will be transit stages. So 148 miles of racing will start tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock as you watch Ryan Arciero sail by.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that can happen on that first day. It's a tight run section from Ensenada all the way down to let's call it Valley T. There's not a lot of room to pass, and if people are getting a little eager on that first day, man, they can really make for a long weekend or a short week.
The red, white, and blue truck of Arciero is sponsored by Beneath Underwear, which I would proudly say I'm wearing a pair as we speak. Most comfortable underwear I've ever worn. But it's actually a company that, in part, is owned by Kyle Washington, a strong player, a number of race teams. Sponsored Robert Stout last year in short course off-road. And Ryan comes across the finish line.
Yeah, that iconic livery that he's been using for the last couple years. I just love that truck. I love the way it looks, and those trucks, those 9-1 Industries trucks, man, they've come a long way in a short period of time.
As you might imagine, we have a number of classes that will also be competing out here this entire week. Of course, we're talking about the 6100s here. They are the premier class here with the NORRA Series and the Mexican 1000. But we also have an incredibly tough field of unlimited trucks. We'll have the pro side-by-sides. We have pro side-by-side fuel injection, and we have a handful of pro side-by-side NAs, normally aspirated, naturally aspirated. So we look forward to that. And some of the numbers that, some of the different categories that they come out here and compete in are the Pioneer era from 1967 to 75. And then they have the Legends era from 1976 to 1982. They also have the Challenger era from 1983 to 1992. The Vintage era from 1993 to 20 years old. The Historic era, 20-plus-year-old tube frame trucks and truggies, and then they have the Evolution era, which are all of the modern machines. Drone zipping by there, and it looks like everybody's pretty much completed their sight lap. Might be one or two more still out there on the course that they're waiting to clear.
Yeah, they probably got most of the butterflies out of their system, but I'm sure they're still a little nervous. But it probably was nice to get moving around and moving that truck around a little bit right before you get ready to qualify. So that'll probably help them in the long run.
That's where these weather conditions will just play a huge role. I mean, if it was blistering hot out here in the 90s, near 100, they'd be cooking right now.
Oh, absolutely. And with that slight wind, it's kind of helping the dust go off the course. Although that's not going to be an issue today because these guys are qualifying and they shouldn't be in anybody's dust by any stretch of the imagination. But tomorrow, a little bit of wind would go a long ways.
We talk about this event being a lot of fun afterwards, but it is very serious racing here that will take place with a lot of money on the line, and some of the timing procedures are pretty stringent. You have a certain window. Here we go. Now we're standing on the gas, and first one off will be that cop's truck, it looks like, number 250.
Yep, exactly.
There's a big difference of how they look and how they sound when they're at speed.
See what kind of time he can pull out there.
This team with a lot of experience down here. Zach Langley, one of the drivers out of Santa Monica, has 9 NORRA 1000 under his belt. Been racing in Baja since 2008. Just packs it in there.
Yeah, and they got that
Mike
truck
Meehan,
figured out.
mechanic and crew chief for this particular race team. Steve Hinchfield, a 12-time Baja 1000 winner, 8-time Baja 500 overall winner, 3-time NORRA 1000 overall bike winner. That'll give you an idea how tough that guy is. So this team is stacked.
A good guy. That's a good guy to have on your team for sure. He seems to be taking it easy. I mean, he's got a good lap going, but he's not going to throw it all away today either.
Looks like the truck's working great. It's so cool to watch these things do what they are capable of doing.
Yeah, if you've never seen one of these things run before, they're absolutely amazing. What they can go through and the speeds they can go through it at it boggles the mind.
I had the chance to ride an unlimited truck with Carl Renezetter back in the day, and we were coming up on some washes, and I thought he was going to slow down, and he put it on the floorboard. I'm like, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, Carl's no stranger. He's out here with his kid and Rob McTaggart in a UTV, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yep. Pretty stacked lineup there as well. Yeah, Augie, his son, has gotten the racing bug. He just went out and won a short course race not too long ago. Has one desert race under his belt in Barstow. We'll talk about them a little bit later on. And they'll also put Franz in the car with him, and Rob McCackran, as you talked about, is co-dogging with Augie. All right, so there is the first lap complete. Does not take long. And as we get times, we'll certainly pass them on to you.
I'm going to do a makeshift stopwatch here and see if I can catch one and see about what they're running. But I think it's when they get through the timing loop is when their time starts, I'm guessing. Now, is that the 6125 or 6142 truck? Or did you make out the number?
Beautiful rolling hills and mountains back in the background there of Ensenada.
It's like a nice day to go playing out in your truck, that's for sure.
Man, it just looks like a perfect day to go racing.
There we go. I'm thinking when he goes under the arch there is when his time starts. That's what I'm guessing anyway.
Yeah, and I believe this is either Richard or Ricky Conte.
And you said this is he's a new guy to this, right?
Yeah, new to the sport here, so you'd like to think that that he's had a little bit of seat time. I'm sure they've been down here in country pre-running to some degree.
Well, he's probably hoping not to make it on the highlight reel. So he's going to probably try and take it somewhat easy. But you know what? He probably forgot all about that as soon as that green flag dropped, because that's usually what happens.
Well, he drove it in there hard, too. You can see how silty that right-hander is.
He sure did. I love to see it. You know, if he can make it back to the finish line with all the fenders on it, he's going to be doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's carrying some great speed.
Not too shabby.
Doesn't have that newbie feel, does it?
Looks like Zach Langley did a time of 2:41. Unofficially. Scented a little bit on that one. And these trucks are so forgiving. They come up and bite you. They start working so well. Next thing you know, you're going faster and faster, and then boom, it catches you. So that's why you got to be careful, especially as a new guy. Looks like he's got his GoPro on the back bumper of that. You could probably get some nice footage around that. So right now with qualifying going on, they still have there's tech inspection still going on in town for all the other classes. The fast guys are qualifying to see who can start first tomorrow to have a dust-free run all the way into San Felipe for the first stage or for the first day, day one. And should be a nice day for tomorrow, the run to San Felipe. Trying to just get your bearings for the race week and not screw up, keep all the tires on the truck and not make any major mistakes, because it'll be a long week.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's more of a rally style race, if you will, and there's different ways to approach it. Like you said, I mean, there's 1,400 miles of racing, but the fact that there are relatively short stages each day, I can see where it would be really easy to go for it. I mean, to really press hard if you want to win this thing, knowing that you have a number of hours to fix up whatever the case may be if you do hurt something. But you've got to think that there's going to be a handful of drivers that are going to absolutely go for it and treat it more like a sprint race rather than a 1,400-mile race.
Absolutely. And the good thing about a rally race is there is some strategy that you can use. You can use your transit sections, which are timed, but loosely timed, and we can get into that later. There is some stuff that you can do on those transit stages, so you don't burn up time on the super stages, which are the race stages. So the guys that have done this for a little while, they understand how they can use those transit stages to their advantage. And if you haven't done this before, then you just don't know about it. So it's nice to know.
Yeah, and I had some of this stuff highlighted because as I started to go down this road before, some of this is really important. And like you just talked about, there's some real strategy, that to win this game. So you've got to check in earlier than the competitors earliest allowed. I mean, you've got to be there 10 minutes early to be in your window. If you don't leave when you're supposed to leave, I believe within a minute, then you find yourself at the back of the pack really quickly.
Yeah, basically what it is if let's just say you have an hour to get to the next destination at the transit stage, and they give you 1 hour to get there. But you have, like, once you get there, you can't start earlier than that hour. If you start earlier than that hour, every minute that you start early, you get like a 2-minute time penalty for every minute, or it could be 10 minutes, something like that. I don't know. And then now, if you start late, it's a 10-minute window that you can start at any time in that 10-minute window. If we haven't confused everybody just yet. So, but stuff that you can do.
Oh, it looks like Football had a problem right here at the start.
Yeah, that's no way to start your weekend.
Yeah, we saw him make the side lap. Went out and came back around, hit the throttle there, and looked like he was off to a decent start, but has pulled over immediately. I wonder if he took the start line, and if he did not take the starting line, and the clock hasn't started, I wonder if he can go to the back of the line and take another run at it.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, to be honest with you.
By the way, Secante with a time of 2:44.25, so 3 minutes slower than the 250 truck that we saw, first one out. But the fact that they're new to the game, and he's only 3 minutes off of Langley, is pretty impressive.
Well, I think he's had enough.
Going to pull off.
Jonathan Walker has had enough. Had a little bit of an issue of some sort. I'm sure he'll figure that out and be good for tomorrow. Sometimes that's a blessing in disguise, though.
Up next, the 6123. Ziegler and Gallardo, both on this team here. There you go.
That's a beautiful Brenthal truck, too. Not afraid to tread the legs on that thing.
Not sure who's qualifying here. There's that really tight right-hander. Does a nice job, though. Stays to the inside just a little bit, so doesn't get out on that heavy silt to the outside. And if that is Ziegler, he is a spec truck champion in 2024 and 2025.
Yeah, this is only the third truck, actually the fourth truck to qualify, and it's already getting really soft in that one corner there.
I am being told that the 235 will be allowed to restart if they can get their issues resolved, so they'll go to the back of the line there and have another run at it later, so best of luck to Faulkner and the rest of the gang. Nice straight shot, a lot of speed, man. A lot of full throttle here. And then some tight turns.
Yeah, he's taking it easy, but he's also putting the foot down a little bit. He doesn't want to be all the way at the back of the field.
Yeah, that truck looked like it wanted to roll pretty hard there and fairly tight, like it didn't really want to rotate it. He didn't try to back it in, that's for sure. Much like you said, the last thing you want to do is yard sale this thing today.
Yeah, and like I said, he's probably fighting himself a little bit, but he probably wants to go a little harder.
That's where that sight survey lap comes in handy. You can see he stayed to the left of that long groove of that rut, if you will.
Yeah, that's just that thing you fight with yourself while you're driving these trucks. Man, should I be pushing this hard on this, or should I just kind of take it easy a little bit more and, just do 85% instead of 100%,
And coming right back around towards the finish line. Oh, and stabbed the brake right at the end instead of sailing it out. Only cost him a couple of seconds. Not the end of the world.
Greg McCarthy, the number 48 truck. I think he's from New Zealand or something like that also. He comes all the way over here to come racing. If I've got that correct, I'm pretty sure my buddy Sean Huglin helped them out with it.
Yeah, that's what I show there for the 48 truck of Craig and Kevin McCarthy.
And he's had some pretty good luck now. He's airing it out. He's not afraid to stand on that skinny pedal. And I can't remember if he's won this race before. I've known he's led this race quite a few times in this truck. So he's no stranger to the NORRA Mexican 1000 at all. Yeah, it's really soft in that corner already.
¿Qué está haciendo, güey?
That's another one of those 9-1 Industries trucks.
Yeah, brand new one.
Yeah.
I say brand new, 1 year old, built in 2025, so State of the art, if you will.
It's brand new enough for me.
Jimmy Hook and Matt Vogler also part of this team here.
Yeah, Matt should be his co-rider. I actually had Matt Vogler ride with me at the Baja 1000 one time. He's a good right seat guy for sure. He's having a good lap. He really is.
Langley still number one here at 241.25.
It'll be interesting to see what McCarthy can do here on his lap, because he's definitely pushing it. Well, we'll see if we can get a time here pretty soon on this one. This will be an interesting run here.
And the 288 coming up here next. Sitting, waiting patiently. Andre Lawrence stands on the throttle. I believe that's Andre behind the wheel.
And I think Blake Wilkie was one of the drivers in this too, right?
Yeah, Blake Wilkie. Yep, for sure. 6-time off-road champ. He could easily be behind the wheel. Lauren, the team principal owner for factory MX Yamaha Polaris Snow, Yamaha Motocross and Canadian. Driver owner of the X-Comp OTS Group Spec Trophy truck. Spec 6100 truck, I should say.
And it looks like McCarthy had a really good lap at 2 minutes and 36 seconds. So I think he's at the top of the chart there. So the number 48-9 Industries truck is sitting on top of the podium for the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of trucks to go, of course.
Oh, yeah. And still a lot of talent back in that field, too, so.
And flies that thing beautiful. Squats down nicely. A little bit of rebound out of the back of it. Hard on the brakes. You're out there on the bike for a minute.
You probably heard a little girl screaming in the cab of that truck for a minute there.
Moving around just a bit, he's definitely pushing.
Yeah, back end's kicking a little bit on him. Straddling that ditch. Throw it into this right-hand corner. So Wilkie was in a class 11 last year, because I remember racing, going back and forth with him on like day 5, and look at him. He's in a 6100 truck sometime this week.
Yeah, uber successful guy, man. I could see that easily happening.
He looked like he had a good run too.
Yeah, he looked really fast. I agree. Might see a new number 1 qualifier here.
And what are they going for? $100,000? Is that what they put up for this?
$100,000 to win the 6100 class. As the 204 is coming up here next, and that'll feature Denny Brown.
That's a Tisco built truck. So,
Yeah,
man,
G3 spec, so another pretty new truck here, built in 2024.
Absolutely. All the manufacturers making a showing today.
And the time coming in for the 288 truck that we saw just a moment ago with, we think maybe Blake Wilkie was driving that one, the time of 244.86.
Not a bad run, really. Especially if he was driving. That's not a vehicle that he's driving all the time. So that's new to him.
Well, more impressed with, I mean, everybody's right in the window. So 244.86 to 236.69, 243.98 is still number 1. But everybody in the 240s, 230s so far.
Yeah. That's a tight pack so far.
Sorry, the number 40, I don't know, I might have just made a mistake there, but the number 48 at 236.69 is still our number 1 qualifier.
Correct, yeah.
As we watch the 204.
See, in that truck, you watch it come through there, it's pretty settled. If you watched a couple of the other guys come through there, the back end would kind of, when they hit a G out a little bit, the back end would come up, and we call that kicking. That thing's pretty settled. It looks like it's set up pretty good. Bet that could also be how hard you are on the skinny pedal too. So, but he's having a nice run. Nice run.
Yeah, really nice lap working here.
And you know, some people, they don't start out that well right out of the gate. You know what I mean? It takes them a little time to get warmed up. So even if they don't have a really great qualifying run, that does not mean on race day that, you know, they're not up to par. Maybe it takes them 5-10 minutes behind the wheel to get it to be one with the vehicle. So,
and a good hit for Danny Brown, another Aussie.
Jake Johnson in the 209. Jake's been racing down here at NORRA a few times. He was in last time I saw him racing, he was in a Funko SS2 from 1978. So he's made quite the jump, but he's been racing a Class 1 car for a while, and he's had this truck for a little while too. So Jake will be a front runner for sure if he has a good day.
7 different people associated with this truck, either as navigator or driver, that will help out over the course of the next week. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Jake's not messing around. Wow. He's not even a quarter way through his lap, and I can't wait to see what it turns out. And that's a Brenthal, I believe.
2023 Brenthal.
Yeah.
If I got
Nice
that
little
right.
paint job, too.
Yeah, really nice lap right there, man. He is slinging this thing around.
He is. Oh, yeah. Freewheeling it.
See if we can get somebody back into the 30s.
I'll tell you what, he's definitely knocking on the door, for sure. Oh, yeah, he got some air on that one. You could be looking at the fastest qualifier at the moment, if he can hold it together.
Yeah, keep the rest of this lap going.
That's right.
Rotated nicely through that right-hander.
And he's a good wheelman, like I said. He knows how to drive. Ooh! Attaboy.
Oh, qué chingón.
The locals like it too. Oh, yeah,
Well, you can just hear the difference.
he is hard on the gas, isn't he? He looks like he's trying to race a short course race.
He wants some clean air tomorrow is what he wants.
Oh, for sure. And he's going to have it if he keeps it up. Yeah,
Look
look
at
at
him
him.
pitch that thing in there. Nobody's driven that left-hander that hard. And look how narrow it is. I mean, much of a mistake, and you're off the side of this thing.
Oh, he got a good corner on that, too. He cut it a little inside. He's driving that thing like a sprint car.
Yeah, this will be an exciting time here.
Oh, for sure. Oh, see?
No checking up there for Jake Johnson at the very end. Hard on the gas.
For sure. Fox? Yeah, Frank Fox. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Ed?
¿Qué dicen?
Another 9 Industries truck.
Sí, ya sé que me puedo mover,
Brent
pero me
Fox,
dijeron
he's
que te
got.
pusieran.
He's been coming a long way here in the short last couple of years too, in the 6100 field. He's definitely a front runner. He can vie for that pole position.
Ripping so far. Wow, look at that time there for the 209. 2:26.16. He ripped it, man. I mean, that is an incredible effort. Goes to the #1 spot by 10 seconds. Nicely done.
Very nicely done, and we called it, didn't we? You know, Brent Fox, he's going to try and outdo that. And he's capable.
Yeah, really, really good hit. So pretty exciting stuff there for Jake
Yeah.
Johnson. Going out there showing what he's capable of doing and what this course is capable of delivering if you're willing to go for it.
Absolutely.
Man, it's a lot of faith in your truck, a lot of confidence in your driving. And it's really the one thing, if you look, just pay attention here to a couple of areas of this course. I mean, it is narrow, and any sort of mistake could be really consequential when it comes to starting tomorrow.
You know, that's that's one of the bad things about qualifying. If you're not a great racer, it will be painfully obvious. Oh, wow, look at that.
That's a different angle of that shot we saw, I think, before of Jake, where it's kicking up the left rear a bit and they're landing on the right front if you go for it.
I think his crew got on the radio and told him Jake's time, and he kicked it up a little bit too.
You might be right.
Yeah, he's hard on the brake here. Throw it in that corner. I tell you, if he's not number one, he might be number two.
Well, he pitched it through that left-hander as well and right back again into the right-hander, that quick little dog leg, if you will. He's not playing around for sure. Looks like one of the faster trucks.
Yeah.
Approaching the finish line here.
Caught Jake, but we'll find out here in a second. He had that was a good run though. But Jake just looked faster, but sometimes, kicking it sideways all the time doesn't necessarily make you faster.
So Brent Fox with what we believe is a very fast lap as well. We'll get you up to speed on that as soon as we hear the time as we go on board with EJ Herbst. On a seat time, great onboard shot here. (2022) 19 Industries spec truck. Young, aggressive, talented driver, and he'll go for it.
There's that soft corner. Brent Fox, a 2:27, 1 second behind the leader, Jake Johnson. So we called it first and second. Good run for both those guys.
Nice onboard shot. Great to see what they're looking at and dealing with inside of the truck.
And it's amazing how smooth it is inside that truck. For the stuff that they're hitting at the speeds that they're hitting it. There's no wonder why these things are $700,000.
Incredible amounts of money. Of course, the camera, I think, makes them look a little smoother than they are, and he airs it out. Flicks that thing through the right-hander. Another nice lap working here. Splits that rut. That rain crevice, if you will.
Oh!
Oh.
He's not messing around either. Oh, EJ's got some talent.
Yeah, he comes from a long list of talented drivers in that family.
And it doesn't hurt having the right equipment underneath you too, So.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, he's moving. Oh.
Wow, big counter steer right there, a little oversteer. So a little aggressive in that right-hander. Might cost him a little bit of time, but no doubt going for it here.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to put a couple turns in that right rear, huh?
And EJ Herbst, strong across the finish line, a good qualifying lap.
Yeah, that could put him third, maybe?
Looks like he felt pretty good about it. Nice little high five between him and his navigator.
Absolutely, and a starting third is not a bad thing, Get those fast guys, because the first guy on the road, he doesn't know what he set the pace. Sometimes you don't want to set the pace.
Manlio Diaz coming up here next. Another 19 Industries truck. This is another pretty new one here as well. At 2025 it was built, so should have some good equipment.
Te va a salir bien mocho.
Like EJ was
And the 263 of EJ Herbst will come in with a time of 2 .30.87.
Yes.
So 2.5 minutes.
Not bad. Only four seconds behind first.
Yeah, and a number of the faster trucks now stepping up into the 20s and low 30s.
Yeah, that corner's really getting soft. Those 40-inch tires are just churning it up even worse.
Some of the course workers standing out on the side, some of the fans as well, on what is a beautiful day here in Ensenada, qualifying for the 6100 class, getting ready for the first stage tomorrow.
That's a good-looking truck, too. Where'd he go? There it is. I was going to say, I saw somebody running. I went, uh-oh.
Waiting for him to come up. Yeah, you can see, man, that just kicks up that left rear and plants the right front. It's just the way the dirt is or the face of that jump is.
And this is a new truck, Ed?
Yeah, 2025.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Buying a truck from 91 Industries or Geysers or even Disco or Brenthal, I mean, there's so many of those trucks out there. They can put you in a vehicle and have the setup really close since they've got so many vehicles out there. You know what I mean? Some of these guys that have an off-brand vehicle that there's just not there many of them out there, they don't have the data behind them. But these 91 Industries trucks, they've got the data and they know what to set them up.
And Diaz across the stripe with a nice looking lap.
Yeah.
Don't know if he'll go to the top of the heap here, but really strong lap. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in the top 5. As the 61.22 comes up here next.
Connor Pyle, I believe, right?
Yeah, Connor Pyle, one of them, Connor and Michael Carson. All the Piles are involved with this truck here, along with Austin Eddy and Dallas T-Bone. Dave Ziegler also. Oh, no, Dave Ziegler in the 61.23, so on his own truck as we watched him earlier.
And this is a trophy light. This truck was, if I remember correctly, the truck was built at least 10, 15 years ago. And of course, I'm sure it's had its updates from then on, but this is probably only,
Got it a little bit hot, didn't he?
Yeah. But there's probably only 1 or 2 of these trucks out. So when you're going against 20 Brentals or 15 91 Industries trucks, you don't get the data as good, and all the updates don't come as quickly as you get. Oh! Whoops!
Ah, no mames. No mames. Se volteó la verga.
Talked about getting in there hot, and man, if you can't get these things rotated, they definitely roll over because they're fairly soft to deal with the rough terrain of the desert. It's not like a short course truck where you have a real low center of gravity and you don't have quite the travel that these trucks have. So if you can't get the back end rotated and you have to drive through the turn and carry all that momentum, it'll get up on the bike pretty easily, and you've got to be quick with the hands to save it, or it ends up like this.
Absolutely. And the ruts are starting to get a little deeper now. So, well, we got one guy out. I'm sure they're okay. Probably just a bruised ego and a $5,000 body part charge. But besides that, Well, I'm glad. I bet you he's thinking, well, I'm glad I got that out of the way. Now I can go racing the rest of the week. Did we see what truck that was?
Yeah, that was. I believe it's a 6122 of Connor Pyle.
Was that Pyle? Yeah, confirmed.
He hops out of the truck, so that's great news. He's okay, and I'll get this thing rolled back over. Shouldn't be too bad. I don't think any real damage done to the truck either.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just cosmetic. His crew will be picking on him tonight, but that's okay. Actually, if this is the worst thing that happened to him all week, this is not a big deal.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I mean, that's the beauty of this race. Even if you start in the back, you're going to have a really good chance to do well.
Probably a little note to self, don't do that again, you know. Little life lesson for the day. And it wasn't expensive. Well, that expensive. Yeah, there's a good
with you. I don't think they really heard anything here.
No, just body work is all it was, you know. Now you just got to be careful starting that thing up. Oh, she's rolling.
So as we recap here, the 209, Jake Johnson still sitting number one at 226.16, followed up by Brent Fox at 227.8. Then EJ Herbst in third at 230.87. Craig McCarthy out of New Zealand, 236.69. Then Manlio Diaz with a 237.98. Nicely done there to get inside of the top five. Zach Langley, one of the first trucks to take off with a 241.25. Danny Brown with a 243.32. Ziegler with a 243.98. Sicante with a 244.25. And Lauren with a 244.86. And of course, we did have one truck that pulled off early, but we'll tag the back of the field and hopefully get a run in.
And Jake was putting on a clinic. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, Jake had an incredible run here so far.
And he's starting to make
there's
himself.
some big names coming. We've got Max Gordon to go yet, Ryan Arciero to go yet. So I mean, it's far from done. We have some real players that are going to come out here and throw down. Tim Herbst still back in there. I'm not sure if Tim's driving or if Thor is possibly driving. Pierce also on that team. So all the Herbst boys inside of the 219 truck.
Yeah, still a lot of
come back around in a little bit.
A lot of guys able to take that number one spot for sure. But we'll see how strong Jake's run really was.
Low battery.
Speaking of Ryan RCO, hard to miss that truck.
Yeah,
it just
for sure.
really, it just has a great livery on it.
It really does. And what a great guy he is too. Ryan is such a pleasure to talk to. Funny guy, you know what I mean? Great head on his shoulders, great family. See, and if you look, Ryan's got one of his tires out of his truck. So he's one of those guys that likes to, hey, there's another 160 pounds not on my truck, which makes me a little lighter. And if I know Ryan, he's probably got a half a tank of fuel instead of a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight, man. If you can save some, it's short lap. It's going to help the truck turn a little bit. Speaking of the 219, we were just talking about the Herps a moment ago. Just a great group of guys, legendary group of guys. Tim, Troy, Ed Herbst all ran show course back in the day, and I remember all their kids running around just having a blast at the racetrack, as you would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
One of the winningest families in the history of Baja. Yeah, we're talking about having good equipment there before, Roy, and setup. I mean, that is the thing. When you get inside of one of these trucks, with all the experience on this team, they have the absolute best of the best. They know where this truck needs to be, how it needs to be set up. They know how to make some changes to get ready for qualifying here, and then the changes that they'll make to get ready for each and every stage. I'm sure they pre-run down here as much as possible, so they'll know, like this particular stage, we've got to set the truck up this way today or for tomorrow. And for qualifying, we can let it go here. Man, he's airing it out. Really landed hard there on the left front.
Yeah, he sure is.
Beautiful job through that right-hander.
Here's that junk that's got a little kicker on it coming up here. Kind of sends them a little sideways, a little fun right there. So you got to be careful where you hit that jump, or it'll really upset the truck. But Tim knows what he's doing.
Right front down, just like everybody else has.
Yeah, and talking about pre-running, for all those other races, you are 100% correct. But on this race, they're not allowed to pre-run. They probably just now got the course maps today.
Oh, interesting.
What they're going to run. That's part of NORRA's deal is nobody gets extra set of eyeballs on this race course. Everybody, the first time you run down that course, the first time anybody race-wise.
Good info.
It keeps the confidence. That's the whole idea here. Nice.
And Tim will bring it across the stripe at speed.
Yeah. And I guess that's the 219. So that was the number 219.
Yeah, 219, and I thought it was Tim Herbst. That was what we initially thought, but it looks like it's Pierce that was driving. So yep. Pierce Herbst doing the driving there on the qualifying lap.
So he kicked Dad out of the driver's seat. Hey, Dad, Mom's on the phone. She needs to talk to you. One of those deals.
And Ryan Arciero gets the green flag. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see what Ryan can do here.
Really decorated racer. He's had a lot of success down here in Baja. Gets ready for this right-hander.
See how he stayed out of that
really
top
tight
stuff?
to the inside.
Yeah.
Stays out of that heavy loam on the outside that we've seen so many other trucks get into.
And when Ryan's not racing, he's running 9-1 Industries. So he's the one that you're talking to when you're going to order one of these trucks. So, and he's got that shop like a well-oiled machine, kind of like what he's doing here today.
You can see him working that cutting brake, if you will, or rear brake, I'm guessing, to help set the truck.
Oh, yeah.
Seven-time NORRA Mexican 1000 winner right in front of you.
You know, the only thing that's going to slow Ryan down is getting some of his hair care products into his eyes. Besides that, he should be fine. Oh, there we go. He's got the hammer down. What are you thinking, Ken? Where do you think he might end up?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the 20s, certainly low 30s. 2017 truck, but it's got the latest, greatest goodies on it.
I think I keep saying 9-1 Industries. It's 1-9 Industries. My apologies. Oh, nice corner.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, man. He's ripping. And the 32 truck. Oh, and he checked up just a little bit right at the very end. It did not sail the finish line.
I think sometimes they tap that brake to bring the front suspension down so it doesn't do the floating of the front wheels like a wheelie when it lands. Sometimes they do that. I'm speculating. That looks like a San Diego Chargers logo on the side of that, doesn't it? That lightning bolt?
Yeah. Good looking
I don't
truck
like
there.
it already.
Back machine. Sergio Rangel out of Santa Clarita, California. 2023 Brenthel. The Combat Army veteran.
Man, there are a lot of Brenthals out here today. Good for them.
He's also spent a lot of time down here in Mexico. Ran the 250, the 500, the 400, the 1000.
Ryan's time just came in.
Yeah, 232.47. I said high 20s, low 30s. Is it a nice lap? That puts it inside of the top 5.
Yeah. And like I said, maybe he doesn't want to be the first one on the road.
I think that puts him P4.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
One of those 2 seconds back that he killed at the finish line.
Right?
Not 100% sure where that loop is, by the way, and it actually, that loop could be just in front of the arch. Not really sure where it's at.
I think it's in front of the arch where that grid is at. Looks like Sergio's just kind of going through the motions here. He's not really pushing it. He probably just, you know what? I got a long ways to go. Maybe the smart thing to do. And if you don't have a lot of experience down here, this is the way to do it. You know what I mean? Just, you know what? I'm not going to take any chances. I'm not going to do anything stupid. Let's just get to the race, because they haven't even started the race yet, and some guys already got body work to deal with today. So,
Sergio, a veteran of electrical power systems and a force behind the VEPS racing team. Yeah, I agree with you. Roy. Just come out here and get some seat time. Don't do anything crazy, and we'll go racing tomorrow.
Ahí vino Roca.
And this is the perfect race to do it at. You know what I mean? The last thing you want to do is your first off-road race in a 6100 is go battle the Baja 1000 with a stacked field and a stacked field of cars behind you. So this is a more of a low-key type race, but don't get me wrong, it is still a race. But the pace isn't as fierce as it would be at a Baja 1000. It's kind of like a wish racing to NASCAR racing, you know, a feeder series type deal. I guarantee you'll have more fun at a NORRA Mexican 1000 than you will a Baja 1000.
That's we're already talking about it for next year. There's a group of us that are already eyeballing this thing for next year. It's like, man, we've got to go run this race.
Oh, yeah. It's, and one reason why everybody likes it so much is they go, wow, you guys that run the Baja 1000 all the time, the first time they run this race. They're like, oh, I got to see stuff in the daylight this time.
Travis Williams, C.J. Hutchins, Pete Toller, and Luke Knupp. All competing in the number 277
there we go.
And yeah, let's get after it. Send it.
He did. I'm wondering who's driving. Is it Travis or is it C.J. Hutchins? Because C.J. Hutchins is a pretty good wheelman himself. He's a Class 1 champion from a couple series, and he's a good wheelman. But both those guys are good wheelmen. So,
man, ripped it through the right-hander.
He sure did.
Great overhead shot there. You see that truck soaking it up too, man. But I mean, it looked like max travel. Talking about G'ing out down there on the bottom of a couple of those whoops. Long left-hander. Great idea. Great shot here to give you an idea of what they're dealing with. So this is a leg right here. Left, right, yep. Back to the right. That's where your damper package really comes into play. Get all the weight set up on the right side of the truck and sling it back to the left side.
And this is a Camberg truck. And I'm curious if he's got all the updates, because Camberg's been doing a lot of work on their trucks lately. New shock package, new steering package, stuff like that. So these trucks are the real deal. Kyle Jerkinsen's been killing it, Best in the Desert series, getting some overalls in a 6100 truck, by the way. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be pushing the top three if he keeps this up.
He's going for it, man.
He is.
Screaming.
Out. Yeah, there's really not a lot of these Camberg trucks out there right now, but they're really making it out.
And again, not sure who is driving. We think Travis Williams, and he goes for it as well. Travis has been ripping out here for a long time. Started out racing three-wheelers on a Honda 70 at the age of 5. So he's been doing it for a long time. Spent some time in trophy lights and ultimately climbed his way up to the 6100s.
Was this our guy that broke down earlier?
235 is going to roll back around here. We saw him go out earlier, and Faulkner had some issues. Looks like they have those resolved, and we hope he has a good lap here.
Well, he's definitely doing better than he was. 230 on that last. Oh, wow.
And the 277 of Travis Williams comes in with a time of 2.30.66. So again, 2.5 minutes there. Another great lap. That'll be just a tick quicker than E.J. Herbst.
Strong run. Well, whatever his issue was, it looks like they got it fixed. Could have been as easy as, oh, I didn't turn the fuel pump on.
I believe Max will be the last 6,100 truck to go in the category. Yeah, Falcon on the pipe here, so whatever that was, clearly not terminal. Made the side lap okay, and then came around. As soon as they threw the green flag, he went just a few yards and immediately pulled off to the right-hand side, so was able to get it fixed and, yeah, and get back out here and really attack this qualifying lap.
And he's in an older Brenthal, so that's a 2015 Brenthal. And Jake Johnson's still on the pole in a one of the newer Brenthals.
Mira, ven, güey, ven. Mira los pinches toman. Guacha.
And you can pretty much see the throttle control that these guys are using to get through this course as the nose takes a set. Not quite as aggressive in that right-hander as we've seen some of the other drivers. Right down at the bottom, nice apex, hard on the throttle.
Settling in nicely.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what really matters is it looks like it was nothing terminal there for the truck, nothing big, and he was able to get back out here and charge hard the entire lap. So nice job there for Faulkner.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing for a qualifying run, if you're going to do one, is it's basically a systems check also, you know? Get under the truck, look for some leaks. Is anything acting funny? You know what I mean? Then you can go back to the hotel and do that. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this kid's good, man.
And here he goes. See if he can knock Jake off the... If anybody could do it.
Yeah, I've watched Max grow up. I mean, I think he was 14 years old when I saw him racing stadium super trucks, and by the time he was 15 years old, he was winning races. I mean, beating some real talent.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, we've documented he's been out here in the desert pretty much his entire life. I mean, you don't grow up the son of Robbie Gordon.
That's not good.
Oh, man, and he's got issues. That is a shame for the young and extremely talented Max Gordon.
And that might have been the last truck, right?
I think that was the last truck.
So he won't get a chance to do it again, I wouldn't think. Or would he?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, I guess he'd have to come back at the very end of the day, or maybe during one of the side-by-side categories. I mean, before when they had that happen with Faulkner had not crossed the starting line.
Oh,
so they let him go to the back of the pack. I'm not sure what the rule is here once you start your lap.
Be nice if we could hear what they were saying. I wonder if he has an in-car camera in that truck that we could listen to.
My guess is they have
He doesn't, I guess so.
everything in there, but we might not have access to it. So
Yeah,
Chris
he should-
Johnson still number one, followed up by Brent Fox, C.J. Hudgens. If he was driving the 277 truck, that 2025 Camberg spec, and the number 3 spot, really tight between 3 and 4. So the 277, we think maybe it was CJ driving that truck, 230.66. EJ Herbst right behind him at 2.30.87. So literally 2/10 of a second between the two.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, if it seems like Jake's going to have the pole, and if that's the case, that's going to be really good for him because most of the course tomorrow is going to be real tight and technical until they get to the last stage, which is pretty much by the wash up there. I can't remember the name of it, when they go into Pete's camp. So, but it's going to be all tight and twisty all the way up until that last section. San Mateus, that's it. So from Ensenada to San Mateus, about 100 miles, he's, if he doesn't have any problems, nobody should be able to get in front of him. It'd be real hard to catch him as fast as he is with the dust that he's going to be putting up in a really tight and twisty track. So nothing like having clear air the whole day.
And just to follow up on that qualifying effort, top 5 will be filled out with Ryan Arciero. So Max Gordon sitting there in the middle of the course, getting him some support. Just fresh off of a couple of big wins in his young career.
Well, I'm sure whatever it is, they'll get it fixed, and he'll be back. He'd just have his work cut out for him a little bit, but I'm sure that's a challenge he doesn't mind having.
And Max climbing out. Very hands-on, too, as you might imagine. I mean, much like his father, very quick thinker, very, very aggressive. There's Max climbing out. Max really the sole crew chief, if you will, maybe truck chief for the SST series for a number of years. I mean, he was hands-on. He and Casey pretty much took care of all of those trucks that traveled for the series, and then he would hop in them and test them, make sure that they were good to go before they got to the next race. So from a very young age, I mean, and that's when he was 14, 15 years old. This young man has been turning wrenches. He's very, very astute in what needs to be done to one of these trucks and how to drive one. And much like his father, just a ton of talent behind the wheel. All right, and I believe we have an interview that we did a little bit earlier with Max. As the hood comes off, and let's check in with Pam.
Today is qualifying, and you're out here with us here with NORRA, and you are no stranger to this qualifying course. But Ryan, I want to talk about there's no order to you guys actually going and qualifying. So a strategy going into it today?
Yeah, that's a first for us. But that's fine. I think it's a disadvantage to try to go first, so I think we're going to wait a little bit. We'll let some guys go in front of us. It looks like we looked at the course already. Looks like they bladed some of it, so maybe these first guys can kind of move the fluff out of the way a little bit. But it's going to be fun. We're here for NORRA, one of the greatest races we do on the calendar. It's good to be back. I think it's been 3 years since I've done this race. First time doing it in a spec truck. First time racing spec truck, and which is kind of cool. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, I mean, you're saying first time in a spec truck. I mean, but again, you're no stranger to racing. and you're a champion all over that whenever you are racing. So going into this, how much seat time do you have in it?
I pre-run with this truck a lot, so I've been in this truck quite a bit, but I've never raced it, and so I'm looking forward to it. Once again, this is such a great race. The roads that LSAO puts on down here for NORRA, I love. To me, that's true Baja, and we get to do some really fun roads from here to Cabo San Lucas. So I'm looking forward to kicking this off and getting going, getting out in the desert and going playing.
Well, can't wait to see you out there in the qualifier today and see what your times are, see where you end up starting out for.
Yeah, really nicely done, and good look there at Ryan Arciero. And that's worth a mention too, Roy. I mean, a lot of these guys, while they're racing in the 6100s, they use these trucks as their pre-runners for other races as well. So they do have a lot of seat time in them, but they're not necessarily their race vehicle on a regular basis.
Absolutely, and Ryan pretty much just said that his pre-runner is now his race vehicle. So, it doesn't have the horsepower that his trophy truck does, but all the other characteristics are basically the same, except in a 6100 truck, momentum is your friend instead of raw horsepower. So, and if anybody can wheel a truck, it's Ryan.
And the first of our side-by-sides getting ready to go here. Shifting classes, and we'll see if we can get you up to speed here. So this is another Evolution class, as you might imagine, the newer vehicle. So this is a Pro side-by-side, part of the Pro side-by-side fuel injection category. 27 cars deep inside of this class. And I believe the largest class that we will have out here this week. It is stacked up.
Yeah, there's a buggy in there too, so that must be, what is that part of?
Well, I was wondering if they were going to qualify the Class 10 cars.
Yeah.
Chequen gasolina de los generadores.
I think that red car.
Was that the I can't remember if that was the 980 that was about to go off, but if so, that might be P.J. Jones behind the wheel. Speaking of legendary names.
Oh, yeah. And he's won down here before. No stranger to the checkered flag. So that red car back there that we're seeing, that's the number 911 of Garrett Smith. And that's a 1985 Mirage buggy with a 6-cylinder Porsche motor in it. So, interesting.
Flat 6.
Yeah, he's got a flat 6 in that thing. And I've seen that car up close, and it is absolutely gorgeous. That is a true vintage racing machine. And NORRA was that's how NORRA kind of got its start on its second life in 2010, it was billed almost as a vintage race, a vintage car race. Of course, it's evolved from that, which it should, for sure. But this car is one of those true essences of the NORRA feel,
Yeah, I mean, on NORRA's logo, it says honoring the past and forging the future. And honoring the past is that exactly right there. And I know you're a big part of that as well, Roy. You've really been a great curator for some of these older cars that you've had the pleasure of owning.
Yeah, some say heroin addiction would probably be cheaper. But, oh man, I love it. I mean, these vehicles are so much fun to do the history on them, to get your hands on them and to rebuild them, and even everybody else doing it too, watching all these other guys finding these cars and restoring them, and then they go out and race them. And that's why I love NORRA so much, because they give us an event to be able to do this, and man, to enjoy Mexico for 6 days of racing anyway. It you couldn't pick a better race to take one of these cars down to and go do that.
Yeah, I just reached out to my cousin who's in Northern California. I believe he has an old Chenoweth sitting in the shop that he acquired from his brother-in-law who passed away a couple of years ago. It would be good to dig that thing out and maybe get it back up to speed, go out and have some fun in it.
On your vehicle, okay?
There's LSAO giving some instructions.
And you will only have one chance for qualifying.
And LSAO, our race director here.
If something happens, once you go through the
And
training,
he helps out getting all the
do a second run.
race courses. He goes out and picks the race course that they're going to run on, and just another reason to go race NORRA. The race courses that he finds, the roads that he finds, are roads that they don't normally run on for the Baja 500, the Baja 1000. These are roads that very rarely ever have been raced on. So it's a pleasure to go down there, and you're all, oh, I've never been on this road before. And there's a bunch of them this year that I was looking at the map, and I'm bummed that I'm not racing, but you know, I'm at the next best place.
So it looks like a pseudo drivers meeting going on here for the side-by-side competitors.
And there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, I think there was 19 pro side-by-sides, if memory serves, and 27 fuel-injected cars that were entered, and another 5 NA cars. So pretty good rack of side-by-sides, and these cars have come so far. I had the pleasure as a team owner with my son driving to win the championship inside of a side-by-side. We were competing with a Yamaha back at the time in the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series. And at the time, Brock Hager, who has become so successful out here in the desert, he was the only champion inside of the NA class at the time and had won 2 or 3 championships consecutively in a Yamaha. And while it was no easy task, we did win the championship in a Yamaha. He was factory and we were private, of course. And it was a battle, though. It was close. I mean, I think we won the championship by 3 points. But looking at the setup, of course, completely different than what they will use out here in the desert. But these cars have developed so far from 2019 when we were competing. And, of course, they're so much different here in the desert than they are in show course. And like the factory Pro R race cars, you mentioned Carl Renazetter before and Rob McCachran. Both of those guys, 9-time short course off-road champs. But Augie and Franz will be driving as well inside of that car. But that's a factory Pro R race car. I think they made 60 or 70 of them maybe. They're expensive. I mean, we're talking about side-by-sides, but if you want a true Pro R race car from Polaris, it's going to cost you about $125,000. And then by the time you finish personalizing it and adding everything else that you need to really go out there and do the job correctly, you probably have another $20,000 inside of it. So call it the better part of $150,000 for a really competitive side-by-side car out here in the desert. They are incredible pieces of equipment that are very fast. Top speeds in a side-by-side are right there with the 6100s, believe it or not. And of course, they're much lighter and much more nimble. So it's not without reason to think that one of these vehicles could potentially be a threat for the overall.
Oh, I'll tell you, you know, I'm a buggy dork. That's what we call ourselves. And we used to make fun of these guys, you know, 15 years ago. We used to call them golf carts. You know, all the golf cart guys are out there again. They're in the way, the moving hydro barriers, whatever you want to call them. But holy moly, I mean, these cars today, they are amazing. And talk about a class. I guess they're going to go ahead and start their parade lap right now. All these guys, these cars have just come such a long way in such a short period of time. And you were saying, you made it sound like $150,000 to $175,000 was a lot of money. for one of these cars. And you think about it, it might be for a side-by-side, but in the grand scheme of things, they're running against a $700,000 6100 truck, and they're beating them. They might not be beating all of them, but at the Baja 1000, I think, didn't Brock Hager get like 8th overall one year in one of these racers? I mean, that's
it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they've done an incredible job with these cars at King of the Hammers. They've won the overall, so it's nothing short of spectacular how capable they are.
For half the price or a third of the price.
From Ron McCachran gave me top speeds. He said like the Riviera truck, the unlimited trucks, probably 140, 145 miles an hour. Spec truck, 110 to 120. And the UTVs, right there at it, 110 to 120.
Yeah, and that's why this class is growing like crazy, because a very competitive Class 10 car is probably around 240 grand. And these cars are beating them, and it's and the Class 10 guys aren't happy about it. You don't want a guy that's spending less money beating you. You know what I mean? But they're not all beating them. But there's you have to have a talented guy behind the wheel, and Hager and Cade McCachran and those guys. Those guys are impressive, and they can show what these things can do. And we'll see what they do qualifying wise against Jake Johnson's time.
Qualifying lap, and then of course we will send them one at a time. Good look at the suspension working there. These cars are very capable.
Yeah, that's one of the new
Maverick out here as well. Number of different manufacturers. There's 4-seaters, there's 2-seaters, primarily 2-seaters, but a couple of 4-seaters. So look at one of the Speed UTVs, a brand developed and sold by Robbie Gordon.
That's more of his racing version, the 2-seater.
Spare tire racked up on the back of that one as well. And again, just continuing on here with the side lap. There's so many cars.
Yeah, we'll try and keep up with them. And there's a lot of talent in this field also, like I said, with, the affordability, even though 150,000, whatever it is, that's still pretty cheap for as competitive as all these vehicles are.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I mean, like you say, 150, 200 grand in the sport of racing is a pretty good buy.
Yeah, if you want to go racing and you want to go serious racing, that's not a bad class to jump in. Also because of all the sponsorship opportunities. there's a lot of side-by-side companies out there offering parts and everything else.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point. I mean, that's the initial hit, but it's not going to destroy you every time you hurt the car, or if you have to fix something or replace something. The parts are pretty affordable.
Oh, for sure.
Tire sponsors are always nice to have, but you've been down there before. I mean, if you're driving one of the big trucks, boy, you spend a ton of money on fuel. So when you imagine the savings that these particular cars will have over the trucks that are burning so much fuel.
Yeah, especially the price of fuel to go racing down in Mexico is even a little more expensive because you can't bring fuel into Mexico. You have to buy it down there. And the race fuel, actually the race fuel comes in from the United States, I believe. So you have to pay that fee. So it's not cheap.
Once again, day one of the 7-day NORRA Baja. Qualifying going on here at Nelson Ranch. You can see the string of side-by-sides.
And some of these are, like we said, $150,000 purebred race cars, and some of them are not. Some of them just have a couple updates to make the safety features and everything, and they might have a little bit of work done to them, so they could be not too far from stock, and they just race in this class. So, just depends on how serious you want to get to go race.
Don't have a great shot of that, but I believe the third car in line right there as we left that shot was Augie Renezetter. If it is a Liqui-Moly sponsored machine.
Oh, and he's in one of the factory Polaris R's. Is that it?
Yeah, he's in a factory Pro Polaris R.
And he's got some decent co-drivers with him, right? Augie?
Couple of guys that have been around.
I think between
everybody referring to McCachran as the GOAT now, and it's pretty hard to argue with. I typically do not like to lean towards that terminology, if you will, or that acronym, because there's so many differences over the course of time. But this guy's been in it for so long, and he's won so much. He is certainly, I don't know if he's the greatest of all time, but he's the greatest, one of the greatest to ever come down here and do it. I will certainly give him that. A Hall of Famer, of course, and he's an extremely humble guy, and you would not be out of line by saying he's the greatest of all time. I really believe that, but there's just been so many other big names that have been so successful out here over the course of time. And like I say, there's just surrounding circumstances are always different in different eras. But Rob McCachran's certainly one of the good guys and one of the best to ever do it. And of course, Augie's father, Carl, is a Baja 1000 winner a couple of times over. I believe he won it in a Riviera truck and had his own trophy truck for a long time. They both have 9 short course championships. They've both won over 100 career wins in short course. I think Rob Mack over 200, 250 career wins between desert and short course. I mean, nothing short of spectacular out of 2 of those people on the side-by-sides on that team.
Just thinking between the 2 of those 2 guys, they have over 300 wins.
Isn't that amazing?
It's mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling. And
just to say you raced over 300 times would be nice.
Even if you have the skill to do it, the effort that it takes to do it is nothing short of incredible.
And on a majority of those, both of those guys were owner drivers,
Yeah,
especially
you're
in the
right.
short course.
You're right. And Rob Mack, going back and forth between short course and desert, he ran Pro 4, he ran Pro 2, he ran 1600s. I mean, he ran Pro Buggy. So, and not afraid to climb in whatever it is that he could climb in. I mean, speaking of buggy dorks, which, by the way, I'm a buggy dork as well. Had the pleasure of, I think it was 2013 or 14, ran a full season with in Pro Buggy. My colleague, my buddy Cameron Steele alongside. Was in a Fodrell-built car, and Jerry Welchel was my teammate that year, so had some fun. I have a true passion for the buggies as well. And then talking about Carl was winning Pro 2 and Pro 4, running 2 trucks at every race, and the talent that it takes to go back and forth because the trucks are driven so differently is unbelievable. But he's been out of it. He retired a number of years ago, 5-6 years ago, and was kind of out of it, and then suddenly Augie has clearly drug him back in, and you know what that's like. I mean, you were talking about the heroin of racing. I mean, and that's certainly it. When you come back out here and you get that infusion, it's hard to not be hooked again.
Well, you know what's going to happen is Carl's going to go back home at the end of the week, next week, and he's going to go in his shop and he's going to see that trophy truck that's been sitting over in that corner for the last 20 years. And he's going to go, I could go race that in the historic class down at NORRA, and I could win in that truck. So don't be surprised if Carl comes out of retirement to come race with the big boys down at NORRA. He's probably going to have fun with his son in this Pro R, but he'd probably be eyeballing that trophy truck.
And that might be the car right there that they're competing in. But I think it's more like Augie has drug him back to the table, and Augie's going to keep pressing. And now that he gets out here and he gets that bug, and listen, Carl's a very successful businessman. So he could race pretty much anything he wants to race, and I will tell you, it's something special to come out and have the opportunity to compete with your son or your daughter, but to come out here and do it with his son will be a feeling that he's never felt before. So I'm with you 100%. He's going to get hooked on this deal.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, once you come down here and you get a taste for it, it's so different from your traditional off-road race because you got one shot. Baja 1000, you got a green flag, and you don't stop until there's a checkered flag. Well, you've got 6 of them. You got 6 days to do this. You know what I mean? You can have a bad day, and if you can limp it in and you only lose a little bit of time, you can work on your car and you can get that thing back up to snuff. You can lose way too much time at a Baja 1000 doing that. Your day's over. You can come back at this race and have a little bit of problem here and there and still be able to come out on top. Plus, you can use your strategy a little bit too. So that's the good thing about NORRA. And it's a lot safer going down the peninsula in, 300-mile increments. It's safer for your crews. It's safer for everybody else because most of the guys finish in the daylight, gives you plenty of time. Your guys get well rested compared to a Baja 1000.
Yeah, it's a great way to cut your teeth and to start learning the craft, which is what Augie has to do, and Franz. I don't think Franz has raced really any cars to speak of before, so he's going to be learning a lot. And Augie certainly, as I said before, he raced one desert race, I think, at Barstow. So there's a lot to learn, but boy, you couldn't ask for 2 better teachers.
Yeah. I'm sure he's looking to his left and to his right and go, oh, great, here we go.
I asked Rob Mack, I said, when's the last time you rode in the right seat? And he started laughing. He said, I'm not a big fan of it. He said, I rode with my son, and I told him to check up just about the time he floorboarded it. He said, I just wanted to get out.
Yeah, I don't, after I started getting into the left seat, I don't like the right seat at all. Because you know what? The brakes don't work on that side, and the steering wheel doesn't work, or nothing.
Should be coming up towards the end of this extremely large group taking their sight lap.
Right? They just keep coming, don't they?
And it is PJ Jones that will kick off qualifying once we get everybody finished up here. Just recently, not too long ago. Incredible driver, incredible history behind him. And PJ Jones will carry that on.
For sure. And pretty good fabricator. He builds all of his own stuff, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you know, for the UTV stuff.
And a huge string of side-by-sides. Let me give you an idea of what we're doing here. Hello, everybody. Nice to have you with us as we kick the week off here with NORRA, and of course the Mexican 1000, which is really 1400. Sitting here enjoying the qualifying efforts. And Roy alongside, helping me out. Roy, a long-time desert guy involved, and you also do some incredible drawings as well. I was reading a couple stories. We were talking about Rob McCachran, and you did some stuff for Rob McCachran.
Oh, I've done a lot of stuff for Rob over the years, and a lot of racers. I can tell you lately I haven't been able to do much of anything because I've been so busy doing everything else. So, was this our first guy? This might be our first qualifier.
Yeah, PJ Jones is out.
He's not slouching either.
Now PJ's going to go for it.
Yeah, see
like
that four-wheel drive just pulled.
Builds a lot of these cars.
Yeah, you'll see that corner right there where it's all soft and powdery. These four-wheel drives, it just pulls them right through that corner a lot better. And like you were saying, they're so agile.
Yeah, we were talking about the difference in weight and them being very agile. I failed to bring up the fact that they're all-wheel drive, and you're absolutely right. I mean, just another aspect of these cars that helps them with their speed.
And I'll tell you, tomorrow would probably be a good point to look at is see where the 6100s are running, because it is the first 3/4 of the course is pretty tight running. I bet you these UTVs are going to be reeling in some of the really fast guys too, because they're just so nimble, and from corner to corner, they're so fast because it pulls them through the corner with the four-wheel drive, and they're so much lighter. It makes them faster from corner to corner. Now, when they jump on the dry lake, when the trucks can get up to 130 miles an hour, and these guys might be able to do 120, the super fast guys. We'll see, but I'd be looking for these guys up towards the front of the time-wise coming into San Felipe.
2024 Can-Am Maverick car, and look at that suspension work. Yeah, we're going to have a real good idea of just how comparable they are since they're sending them out one at a time. Same exact course as we just saw the 6100s on. Wouldn't surprise me to see some of these cars right there with them. And as you just said, potentially even a little bit quicker.
Like I said, these cars are impressive, and and the times will show for sure. Actually, it'll be interesting to see what PJ, right out of the gate, what he's going to pull up with.
And PJ's sending it. Nicely done. First one out of the gate and gets a nice clean lap in.
See, now this is a Class 10 car. It looks like to me. Trying to find it here. And that would be, yeah, it is. It's a Class 10 car. So that's a two-wheel drive, 1650cc motor, which are very fast. But it's going to be a little heavier, and it's only two-wheel drive. But when you get on the big stuff, the big bumps and stuff, these cars work really well. And they might have a little bit more of an advantage over a UTV on the big stuff. But that tight, twisty stuff, those UTVs will make up time. So here's that
Westermark out there with that Class 10 2020 ES Motorsports car. And the time coming in there for PJ of a 2:33.41. So, I mean, right there in the front of the pack with the 6100s, just to put it all in perspective. And I don't want to compare those cars so much to the 6100s because there's a lot that you have to deal with in a 6100 that you wouldn't have to deal with in side-by-sides to be fast. So great respect for both categories, and to be fast in either one of those categories, you have to have everything right. So it's just two different ways to attack, or to build the mousetrap, if you will.
Absolutely, 100%. Because even though a UTV might be faster than a 6100 truck, if you ask that UTV guy, hey, do you want to drive a UTV or a 6100? They might tend to go towards the 6100 just because that's your next stepping stone into a trophy truck, or unlimited truck, excuse me.
Right, and if they want to brag too much, then it wouldn't take one of those unlimited truck guys long to say, well, let me go grab my four-wheel drive unlimited truck, and we'll run them up.
My $1.5 million Mason Gen 2.
Yep. They're expensive, no doubt, but they are crazy fast.
Oh, boy.
Westermark ripping into Class 10.
He sure is.
And if I do have the opportunity to come down here and compete next year, it would be in a Class 10 like this. Brian Whitlock is the owner of one, and Brady Whitlock has been doing a good job in one. They're out of the Phoenix, Arizona area, and they've been competing for a number of years. So we're talking about it, throw a little money in the pot and see if we can come up with something.
And you'd have a lot of fun. Class 10 car was a great class. Great class.
So nicely done for Kyle Westermark. We'll run a nice clean lap there. First competitor out in the Class 10 category.
248, is that right? Yeah, so. So about 15 seconds slower. Number 1710 off the line.
1710, yeah, 1710 coming up here next. One of the pro side-by-sides. So not part of the pro side-by-side fuel injection category. So three different classes here with being represented in our first three qualifiers.
You know, and I was kind of amazed that these Pro Rs, the 2-seaters, they're a little bit shorter of a wheelbase than the 4-seaters, and you would think the longer wheelbase might suit them a little better in the big races. But boy, I tell you, those little 2-seaters, they handle that tight, twisty stuff and even the big stuff just fine. So some say wheelbase is the key, over 120-inch wheelbase, but I don't think these are quite that long.
Bill Ulrich, a number of competitors actually inside of this one. George Berta, Scott Ulrich, and Bill Ulrich, and Rodney Ingen. All 4 associated with the car throughout the week. And that's the other side of the story, right? I mean, that's the beauty of this style of race, a rally-style race, if you will. You can bring a number of people down here and just have an absolute blast. And a couple of guys get in the car and drive one day, or maybe even just a couple of segments, and then the transit stage gives you a chance to make changes there and put a couple more people in the car. So everybody gets a chance to go out there and have a great time.
For sure, and you could also do it with more people and one chase truck. That's what I did it for years. I only had my truck and trailer and 3 buddies, so we had a total of 4 people with 1 truck and 1 trailer. Can you do it? Absolutely, you can do it, and you can be competitive doing it too. But it's also a lot better to have more of your friends with you instead of just a couple. A nice clean run.
And George Berta sails it across the stripe for our first pro side by side. Comes in with a time of 2:47.63. As the 1122 takes off and should be driven by Jeff Randolph. He and his buddy Patrick Parsons out of Yakima, Washington.
Yeah, and sometimes the good thing, if you're not qualifying first and you're back a ways and you're up on that hill a little bit, you can sit there and just watch these guys because you can see most of the course from probably where they're sitting. And you can see how fast they're hitting jumps and how fast they're coming into corners. And you can kind of gauge, oh, okay, I could probably go ahead and hit that jump faster than I thought I could have. You know what I mean? So
kind of taking it easy there. Long wheel in the car to get it around there.
You might not have a pile of spares.
Just a little bit.
He might be playing it smart, you know. He might be coming down here with just the bare minimum, a little bit of spares here and there, and like I said, you don't want to throw it away on the first day.
Car looks like it's set up nice, man. You see that thing squat?
Oop. Right turn, Clyde.
Yeah, and it just looks like somebody that's brand new to the course, and that's part of the gig. I mean, that's where you want to come down here. You've got to cut your teeth. You've got to find a way to do it. There's no better series to do that than this one here. So come out here and just start getting used to it. Don't even worry about the result. Just come down here and do the best you can do and have a great time.
Oh, absolutely. And you will. You will have a great time. the Mexican 1000, it's just been getting more and more popular.
Another 2025 Can-Am Maverick car here. You can see those control arms, those upper control arms look completely different than anything else on any of the other side-by-sides.
Yeah, and I think all that helps with the bump steer on those things. It's more of a true, it tries to keep the wheel and tire straight up and down all the way through the cycle. I think that was the idea behind it. It seems to be working just fine.
Just about to the finish line. Yeah, you know, I wonder if that loop is right there where that aluminum arch is before you get to the balloon arch.
Yes. Yes, I think you're right. See, now there's a traditional four-seater, and they just took the two seats out of the rear. Maybe it's got some spare parts back there, maybe an ice chest. Who knows?
Steve Roberts doing the driving here on qualifying day, it looks like, or certainly the driver of record.
Yeah, and Steve's an old 1600 guy.
Look at all the names on the side of that car.
I know.
8 different people are going to be involved with that effort this coming week. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. The price tag on that entry was probably pretty hefty because every one of those names gets associated with some more money. But Steve Roberts here in the Speed UTV, he's an old 1600 guy. He raced back in the late 90s, 2000s, and he's actually got one of his friend's sons with him. Derek Diatley, who's also a local down here in the Arizona. We're a bunch of Arizona boys right here. So it's good to see these guys out there. I didn't even know they were racing.
Steve Roberts competing in a 2023 Speed UTV, the model that they call El Jefe. Robbie, with a lot of effort to get this vehicle to market.
What an undertaking, you know?
Oh, man.
And people give him flack. You know, he has a lot of haters, but the talk about herding cats, Robbie's probably the best at it. I mean, because everybody told him he couldn't do it. You can't get a manufacturing company to manufacture these vehicles at a higher, at this high level and everything. And look at him. He's done it. And of course, just like any other brand new vehicle, they have their teething problems, but they've been coming through it. They've been doing a great job. And I got a couple buddies that own them right now, and they couldn't be happier with their UTV.
Yeah, I remember this all going on when he was really pushing hard to get it to market. And you're right. I mean, it took longer than he wanted it to take. He was out of country in the Far East. Finally, just went over to the factory and got hands-on involved. It was during COVID. I think they quarantined him at some point because of all the travel, so he had to deal with that. I think they put him in a hotel room for like a month or 2 weeks or something like that. So but he is tenacious, to say the least, to push forward and finally got this brand sorted. You're right, and got it to market, and now they're busy making it fast and making it better.
Absolutely, and they are. You know, they're finding any weak link there is. And they're handling it. They're doing what they got to do, and I think it's a great platform. I really do.
I mean, he puts his money where his mouth is. You got to give him that. I mean, he built the car. He had the car developed and designed and developed, and he comes out here and he races it. And he's the first one. Nobody's going to drive one any harder than him and Max. So he'll be the first one to find the weak link, and immediately goes to work on them to make them better.
Hey, if you want to find the weak link on a vehicle, just let Max or Robbie drive it. They'll definitely find it for you.
That is exactly right.
Well, that was a nice, good run. He didn't set the world on fire, but I don't think he went out there to do that. I think he just went out there to run his pace and get on the board and start his race tomorrow.
Yeah, put a 255 on the board as we go up to our next car in the number 769 here. And I believe that takes us back into the pro side-by-side. Yeah, this will be a pro side-by-side.
Is this the first one in the pro?
Tommaso, of course, doing the driving, and as you can see there, and that's a 2025 Polaris Pro R, one of the cars I was talking about that you can, or I don't know if they have any left or not. They built, I think, 60 or 70 of these.
Yeah. And they probably told them they were crazy if they thought somebody was going to buy one of those things for $150,000, and here they can't keep up with it.
Right. You can hear
shows
the
how wrong
CVT
people are.
style clutch that these particular vehicles use. All the Polarises use, and the Can-Ams as well, as far as that goes. And it's good and bad, right? I mean, they struggle with temperature, and the belts surviving is one of the issues that had to be developed with these cars, and they've come a long ways with that. But what it really does is it keeps the engine right in its peak performance band.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, and the smart racers, that's what they do. They might drive hard for a while, but they've also got to keep their eye on that temperature, on that belt temp, because if they keep that belt temp too hot for too long, they're going to have a belt failure. So they need to back off for a little while. And you know, that's the weak link, if you want to call it a weak link. You know, it's just every race car has a weak link, every one of them. It doesn't matter. And it just so happens if it wasn't belt driven, it would be something else. That was the weak link. So it's just something you've got to take care of that, especially in a long race like this, or at least to the end of the stage. That's the other thing. If you can get to the end of the stage, you can change it out and not lose any time.
Tiptoes through the right-hander. Again, not necessarily a setup, not a car and setup out here in the desert that is really something you want to pitch in. You don't really want to try to back one of these things in.
No, they get off kilter a little bit. They're not great at hard cornering if you're gonna do that, because if you don't set it up just right, it wants to tip on you. He knows
Able to leg it out right there. Yeah, man, that was the better part of 100 plus.
Yeah, I bet you the belt temp's pretty hot now. Yeah, just think if you could run these as hard as they run them right here. If you could run them like that almost all the time and not have to worry about a belt temp, just how much more successful they could be. You know what I mean? And not saying that the belts are the downfall. It's just part of racing.
Yeah, that clutch squeezing that belt, it's pretty amazing how it affects everything.
Comes a El Diablo. That's the 2-seat version. That's off the 4-seat platform, but it's set up with the 2-seat conversion, and they call it the El Diablo.
2:46.85, the time coming in for Tommaso.
That's another good thing about the speeds, or the thing that I like most about the speeds, is when you buy them, there's not a lot of money that you have to throw at them, like cages, seats, suspension, light, all that stuff. They pretty much come pretty standard on the Speed UTV side. A little hot. There he goes.
Brad Halco, coming out of BC, back into the fuel-injected category here.
So is this a different class now? Or is it
Well, we're bouncing around, man. We're going back and forth between the Pro side-by-side and the Pro side-by-side FI class.
Gotcha.
And they just have everybody mixed in together. They didn't separate them by class. So I'm trying to keep up with them over here. It's all good. They're just bouncing around. Good look at that speed UTV, as you were talking about before. The El Diablo RG. $27 cars deep inside of this category, so would probably be beneficial if you can get up towards the front of it. I think they'll start off behind the Pro side-by-side zone. Not convinced of that, but I'm pretty sure that's the order. And you can see how much narrower the car is if you think back to when the 6100s were coming through there. They were using almost all of the road there.
Yeah, yeah. It's got a pretty wide
Nice and
stance.
easy to the right-hander there. Good, safe, solid move. I mean, that is the kicker. Like, we saw the 6100 roll over and probably no harm, no foul. Be good to go tomorrow. If you roll one of these things are fairly delicate when it comes to the suspension. It doesn't take a whole lot to bend some stuff. So you could find yourself replacing some parts and pieces if you do have a bad moment.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. These things aren't made for you to go running into boulders, that's for sure. That'll do that to just about anybody, but they want to try and make these a little bit lightweight also, so you're fighting that balance of too lightweight or too heavy. So there's always that they're dealing with. Here's the Briggs build guys. I think they have a class 8 truck that they're racing down here also in the historic class.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Bo Briggs. This is a 2025 Polaris Pro R. And again, bouncing back into the Pro side-by-side category.
You giving it the beans?
Using all the road right there through the right-hander, hits that sill pretty hard.
Yeah, but he came shooting out there pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, tagged it with the left rear pretty hard.
Yeah. But that four-wheel drive, it just pulls it right out of there. And you see some of the 6100s struggling when they get in that soft stuff because they just got the rear wheels pushing. They don't have the front pulling.
You can hear the RPMs right there at that same level. I mean, it never shifts gears. It doesn't have physical gears. It's all done with that clutch. And it adjusts, that clutch adjusts and squeezes that belt and keeps the RPM band right at max, at peak horsepower. Of course, you can set it wherever you think you want it. But it's pretty impressive. So when you go right back, you get out of throttle and a tight right-hander right there, and you go back and put it on the floorboard, it immediately adjusts, and the engine could not be any happier. It's at its peak.
He's running a pretty good clip right here. Let's see how he looks on this straightaway. I don't think he can press on that throttle pedal any harder. Staying off to the side a little bit.
The rules are very similar here for both of these categories. Stock chassis, you can add some gussets to strengthen some things up. Stock pickup points for the suspension location. Max width, as we were talking about them before, not as wide as a 6100, so max width 80 inches. One shot
Okay, now-
per wheel.
Listen to this motor. Hopefully, well, we didn't have the. You heard that thing winding out just in one gear. Now listen to this car. This has got a Porsche flat 6 911. I think it's probably got double. It's got 2 triple Weber carburetors on it, and this thing, when it gets, it should have quite a different pitch to it. And you're looking at probably 19. It's an 85, but the suspension's probably been updated to about 1988 with the coil spring front suspension and probably the rear hubs and everything. So you got a 40-year-old car right here.
$238.99 by the time by the way, the time for Bo Briggs.
238. That was a good run.
Yeah, he was ripping.
Yeah, he's only. Is PJ still leading?
We'll look at that. Yeah.
Our guys can tell us that. Oh, he's going.
Yeah, impressive effort.
And these things take a little bit to get going too. It's not like those turbos that it just kicks in instant power. It's got to get going a little bit. So especially with those, it's probably got big old meaty 35-inch tires on the back too.
Oh man, I thought he was setting up a Scandi flick for that left-hander, but I think he just got in there a little bit hot. Looks like the back end of that thing's pretty loose.
Sounds like an IMSA car, doesn't it? Those flat 6s, man, they just got that sound, and I just love the sound of them.
And you gotta love the number, right? 911.
Yep. And of course, we don't have the volume. Oh, there you go. Throw it in there, buddy. Atta boy. Let's get some volume with that. Here.
Yeah, good looking car, man. I mean, low roof line there.
Yeah, I bet
look at him driving that thing, man. It is bouncing him around. Going for it.
Yeah, I bet you that cameraman was thinking about backing up a little bit. You know, for a 40-year-old car, that's a pretty good run right there. Yeah, there you go. Pick up that tire. Nice run.
Yeah, nice lap.
And kudos for him to putting that car together to come out and race NORRA. Because that is not a cheap car. I bet you that motor alone is probably $30K.
And Caesar coming up here next, number 1811 inside of the Pro Side-by-Side category. 2025 Polaris Razor. Another version of the Polaris. I mean, physically see the difference in wheelbase between that and like the Polaris Pro R or even the Speed UTV that we saw earlier.
Yeah, just
Maverick,
a little. Yeah.
The Can-Am as well, right?
That was that 1811?
Yes.
Yeah, so he won last year's NORRA 1000. That's what it's saying here.
Yeah. Overall UTV winner. Let's find out what type of time he lays down.
Yeah.
You were talking about the short and nimbleness of these cars, and that's one of the smaller ones. Wow, man, look at the damper package on that. It just sat right there. Beautiful landing.
And the buggy comes out with a respectable 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Not bad for two-wheel drive and 40 years old. Yeah, this Polaris Razor right here, and it's probably what, maybe 8 inches, 10 inches shorter than the Pro R. So it is a lot more. The wheelbase is a lot smaller. When you get in the big stuff, that's when you can really tell. But I mean, huh?
Up there on the bike, not afraid to push the edge.
That's right.
Nice overhead shot there. You can see some of these straightaways, man. They're really able to leg these things out.
And they're starting to get a little more rutted, a little more soft. So if you come flying in one and you hit the rut row.
Right. Yeah, how do you not come back? I mean, you win the overall in this category. Nice job there over that jump. We saw it is a bit of a kicker.
And you know what? That's just what these cars seem to do. They all seem to have just a little bit of kick in them. And I think that's just the nature of the way the suspension's designed in the rear. And it's just something they deal with. It's just who can cycle it better, who can make it kick less. And he's not doing too bad. And he's got his spare tire. He doesn't have his spare tire in the back either.
No, he's going for it.
Yeah.
It's about as light as it can get, and he's right here at the finish line.
There it is. Yeah, there's the finish line right there.
Another nice lap, pushing the edge.
93.
Yeah, another pro side by side.
Jorge, is that Macias?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. If it isn't, it is now.
Razor as well. This is a Pro R Razor.
Yeah, a little longer wheelbase. See that? I like the livery on it. I love guys that will take the time to put a nice paint job on this, or a nice livery. Am I saying that right? Livery, or right?
Livery, yeah.
Livery, yeah. Sometimes it just is.
.248.39, that's lap time for Caesar, our previous car, last year's winner.
And that's a respectable time for that class. Oh.
Really sailed that jump, nearly went off course, had to check up just a bit.
He sure did. And we haven't seen
Tips
the
his way through
matlocks
that
yet, have we?
right-hander.
We should have the matlocks coming up at some point, shouldn't we? I would think. Or they might be in a different class.
And I wonder how much you rely on the Navigator. I wonder if that sight lap with the electronics, is that something you can record whenever you're running that sight lap? And then if you're new to this area and get some help from your Navigator if you're out here on a quali lap?
You can. You know, what's funny is, depending on who your navigator is and if he's new, and sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes you don't have your GPS set up to, sometimes it takes 15 miles, 20 miles out in the desert to figure out where exactly you want that GPS set at. Some guys like it sucked in really close, and some guys like them far back. You know, the corner's right here. Well, it doesn't look like that on the GPS. It looks like it's a little ways farther down. So that's why sometimes these guys will blow a corner a little bit, go, oh, no, it's right here. Here's the corner. So sometimes it takes the driver and co-driver a little bit of time to get acclimated to each other and get the GPS set up right and, you know, just communicating if they're not normal driver, co-driver.
Yeah, interesting.
Because I've yelled at a couple co-drivers before, and I've been yelled at as a co-driver before for the same thing. So,
Well, I couldn't tell that was a funky shot. Now it looks like it's okay. I thought maybe the right rear moved a little weird, like something had happened, but I think it was just dust that was flicking off the top of it. Everything looks A-okay. Still hard on the gas.
yeah, looked like air in all the tires, looking good, and they're all pointing in the same direction, which is always a plus.
And Jorge doing a nice job as the 1802 comes up. 1802 with a number of competitors that will jump into the car, I should say, before the week is done. Chris Ulliman looks like the record driver of record.
Yep.
Another 2025 Polaris Pro R.
I know just a small about Chris. He's a pretty good fabricator. He builds a lot of stuff. So I'm guessing his car is probably going to be one of the better prepped race vehicles because he's around the sport a lot and he's in the thick.
To the berm pretty heavily, picked up the inside or the right side of the car. So got in there a little bit hot, cost him some time.
Still got his momentum up though, so that's good.
Nicely done. 6 different names associated with this car. So again, nice group of individuals come down here and have a great time together. And you can see right there, I mean, that's how narrow it is. You get off course here very far, it can be a pretty bad day.
Yeah, and the good thing is they don't have dust in front of them. So that's where it gets squirrely.
Nice logo on the door would indicate some sort of support, which is great.
I think that's Chris's company. I'm not sure. Oh.
For sure going for it.
He is. I don't think he's at 100% because I think he's one of those guys that he's gonna give her hell, but he's also gonna be like, hey, I'm not gonna win this race today, but I can sure lose it. Pretty settled in car though. It doesn't look like it's doing anything it's not supposed to do. You know what I mean?
Moving around, nice apex there, coming through that final right-hander to set up for the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
And a good aggressive lap out of Chris Ulliman. Woo! And went for it over the final jump.
Nicely done.
Time comes in of a 2:41.31, so a nice lap there.
Nice.
His one and only qualifying lap. Another one of the cars that's in the pro side-by-side category. 19 cars inside of this field. So another sizable field here with some real talent inside. Full week of festivities, as we've talked about. Stage 1, 186 miles. Stage 2, 269 miles. It is actually the largest stage of the week, Stage 2, by just a tenth of a mile or so. Stage 3, or Day 3, 260.8 miles. Stage 4 totals 218. Stage 5 totals 269.6. So right there at 270. And then the final day will be the shortest stage at 177 miles. Total 1381 and a half. And it will take them all week to get there.
But they'll have a smile on their face the whole time. My buddy Bob Bauer pretty much coined that phrase, the happiest race on earth.
Yeah, I think it's very fitting.
Oh, for sure. And the beauty is you don't have to be racing the race to have a great time. I mean, being on the cruise a lot of fun too, but of course I think we'd all rather be in the left seat. getting ready to finish up his lap.
Hola. ¿Qué onda?
Couple little kickers. Good drone footage.
Yeah, and had a couple of
Alec Coleman in the 132. 2025 Polaris Pro R. His vehicle has a little different look than than normal Pro R, so not wanting to be looking like everybody else, I take it.
¿Qué? ¿Se vio?
Kind of looks like he's running a bigger tire for some reason. He's pushing it. Nice corner. Looks like he doesn't want to be sitting too far back in that lineup tomorrow morning, so he's giving it all she's got. We'll get you an update on the top 5 qualifiers here shortly. Oh, he's yeah, definitely a different look in that car. It's a lot wider, cab's a lot bigger. Looks like it's squatting a lot lower too. So he's definitely done a lot of work to that car to get it how he likes it. And it looks like he's doing a pretty damn good job. Come around that last little corner through the timing. All righty. The 1805 of Joe Bolton from Corona, California, in a 23 Polaris Pro R. He's raced NORRA about 8 times in 24 Baja 1000s over the past 38 years. See what kind of lap time he can come down with. Man, he threw the whole crayon box at that livery. He's got almost every color there is. Hard to miss him on race day for sure. They got a long week ahead of them. So some of these guys are taking it easy. Some of these guys are coming down here and getting serious about it. I don't know if we have the ability to do it, but we might be able to put maybe the top 5 times on each class up on the screen. I'll talk to the guys and see if that's something that we can do. because I'm sure everybody's probably trying to figure out what the lap times are on these guys. I think as of right now, PJ Jones has it at 2 minutes and 33 seconds. But I'll confirm that.
The 1805, another pro side-by-side here, I believe Joe Bolton out of Corona.
Yep.
Been digging this for a long time, man, some 38 years.
Yeah, that's a not his first rodeo, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, great to have him out here and great to have him supporting. Run NORRA 8 times. And charges hard across the finish line.
Wow, we still got quite a few looking all the way back there. So the Matlocks did it in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Oh, so it looks like they've got the top spot if I'm looking at that correctly. I think they just edged out PJ Jones because he had a 2:33. Unofficially, of course. The 1805 just ran a 2:48.
Yeah, that 232 is a really strong number. I mean, no question. I think, as I recall, I think PJ went a 233, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 2:33, correct. So like I said, it was either Wayne or Kristen Matlock that just edged out PJ for the pole, I believe.
Well, here's the kicker. That's two different categories because PJ is in the FI class. And Matlocks are in the pro side-by-side category.
Oh, and they won't let them, they won't qualify in I got it. It's just for class.
Right. The way I understand it, if they're lining up towards class, I mean, they have two different car counts and two different class designations. So I believe two completely different categories, despite them looking very similar.
Yeah. I'll be the first to say it. These, you know, the UTV classes, they all kind of blend in together a little bit if you haven't been following along too much. So I apologize to everybody out there. I'm learning it as we go also. Looks like a Can-Am. Well, if we're reading that right from Robbie Gordon, he's saying that Matlock is P1.
Okay, so yeah, he's saying the
PJ
classes
is
are
P2.
mixed in terms of qualifying. So that
there
is
we go.
correct. Augie Renazetter. We were talking about Renazetter and of course, Rob McCachran, here is the car, the Liqui-Moly-backed Razor.
Like we were talking earlier, pretty good lineup for that vehicle. That'll be one to watch, and actually that'll be one to watch right now to see how he can do, if he can sneak in faster than the Matlocks or PJ.
Polaris Pro R Razor. Augie, following in the footsteps of his father, went to college and extremely talented water polo player, which is a brutally tough sport. You have to be in incredible physical condition to be competitive. And he played at a very high level in college and now really wanting to go racing. Been very aggressive on social media, showing off the car. Watch him in the short course race. He is a chip off the old block. The kid has real talent and no doubt is spending a lot of time, I would say, on the sim to come out and be as good as he was. He qualified number one and won the race in his first outing in short course. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he's doing a pretty good run right now too. See what he can come up with. He's not afraid to throw that thing around.
Yeah, he goes for it.
Oh, wow. He got some air on that one. This is a strong run right now.
Yeah, he is not afraid. No question.
Looks a little more aggressive than the Matlocks, but if he can, you got to put the whole lap together, not just a couple good sections. So, but if he can hold this together, he just might edge the Matlocks out.
Car really prepped well, as we talked about. One of these Pro Razors, Pro Rs. Listen to the engine in that thing, man. I mean, you just hear it. Just sounds completely different.
It sure does.
Really hard on the throttle.
Oh, look at that landscape.
And I don't know if they brought them both down here, but I believe they bought two of those cars.
So they're racing two. They've got two cars they're racing this weekend?
No, I don't think they're racing both cars this weekend. I think that they bought two.
Oh.
One for Carl, one for Augie.
Well, why not?
And sails it across. Looked like a really nice lap. Be curious to see what the time is here for Augie. .317 for Augie, 235.9.
So,
great job.
Yeah, he had a good lap. So Augie. $29.90.
And I did hear what you said there, Caleb. My talkback and mute mic is not working, so copy on all that as we watch our next car take off.
Joel Whitted from Yuma, Arizona, in a 2024 Can-Am Maverick R. And he's raced a bunch of classes too. Class 10, Class 12, Class 1, and even 6100. So no stranger to the desert. See what he can put down. Well, he's definitely giving it a run for the money. That's for sure. All those years of racing, he's putting it to good use.
Yeah, and these things can be a real handful. We talked about these things, Pete, kicking the back ends up a little bit. And they land on the front end. If they land too hard on the left or right front, they have a tendency to yank the car that way. So you've got to be quick with your hands, man. You've got to be ready for anything. Of course, a lot of that can be adjusted, or at least they can help you out and setup of the car.
Yeah, so and experience in class 10 and class 12, those are a couple classes that momentum's your friend, you know what I mean? And that translates good into the UTV stuff. Although that four-wheel drive really helps you when you come into a corner with the momentum, it pulls you through a lot faster. But if you can understand momentum in definitely going to do you well, and he's putting it to good use right now. This is a strong run. All right.
And the 788 coming up here next. Kyle and Jarrett Whitted out of Yuma, Arizona. 2023 Speed El Diablo. Pretty amazing how different some of these cars sound as well.
Stays out there, so the stance always stays that wide, which is a good platform for that type of stuff.
These guys with a long family history of off-road racing. His dad, his uncle raced. They all raced back in the late 70s and 80s. And then, of course, he and his brother got a chance to race as well, and their dad's pre-runner, and the next year they were full-time in a Gemco Class 10 car. Owners of 3G Power Sports, online sellers of UTV parts.
Having a nice clean run. Car's nice and settled in. The setup suspension on these are a little different than your typical UTV. Their rear suspension's set up more like a buggy, like a traditional class 1, class 10 type car. So they don't tend to kick as bad. It's a really good platform. It really is.
I know Robbie was frustrated with the way some things were done and felt like he could really make a better product, and a lot of that stuff instituted here inside of these Speed UTVs.
Yes.
A lot of the stuff was really fragile as well, and I think this is a beefier, stronger car for the most part.
Yeah, it's the UTV industry is so competitive. So for a guy trying to top the next guy, I mean, this is a really good platform.
Kyle carrying some good speed through that dog leg, and right back out onto the main road here to head for the finish line. Looks like a pretty nice lap.
For sure.
Got a time for him pretty quickly. But yeah, real nice driving job. .251.42 will be the time.
We got some lap times for the 6100s.
Yeah, take a look at that. We're talking about Jake Johnson with a great lap, and he put that 26 up on the board. Was a solid effort. So that 2:26.16 followed up closely by Brent Fox. 2 very good laps that were noticeably quicker at 2:27.80. And then we talked about how close Travis Williams and E.J. Herbst were, separated by just 0.2 of a second at 2.5.66 and 2.5.87. So really nice laps there out of the top 4. And Ryan Arciero with the beneath package rounds out the top 5 of the 32 truck at 2:32.47.
Yeah, that's a pretty stacked field.
Yeah, the 2 down there at the bottom, unfortunately, not able to finish, including Max Gordon. Did not hear what the culprit was just yet. I know that we saw them take the hood off on track. He was the last one to go out. And Connor Pyle, as I recall, was the one that flipped, or I don't want to say flipped, rolled it up on its side.
Yeah. No harm, no foul. So they pretty much.
At the end of the day, how about that? I mean, number 1 to number 15, I think it was, separated by just 20 seconds.
Yeah. That sounded like a normally aspirated turbo, or normally aspirated razor. And I'm sure as soon as we get those times available, we'll post those up here too for the UTVs.
Yeah, and as Robbie instructed us just a couple of moments ago, they are not lining up. They're not qualifying by class, so they're all mixed together. So it'll take a little bit until we finish these cars up.
Yep. And with everybody having a different number, it's kind of hard to keep track. So
yeah, there's a little over 50 of them if the NA cars get in here. I've not seen an NA car go just yet. I think there's only a handful of those, but I mean, we're talking about 50 cars here, so take a little bit.
Yep.
Nice turnout. Definitely one of the hottest growing classes in the sport.
Yeah, you know, it's an easy way to get into off-road racing if you want to get into it and come down to NORRA and race either the 500 or the 1,000 and have a great time. And it's a great time.
Next car ready to go, Hill. Bill Hernquist.
Oh, Bill Hernquist, my good buddy. Bill and Trey, father and son team. Bill's been racing a Class 5 here for ever down here in NORRA and cleaning up just about every year. And I think last year they jumped into the the Speed UTV, and now they're doing it again. And they even sold the
Trey's
Class
going to be
5
the
car.
driver of record in the 2955.
Mm-hmm.
So both of them down here having some fun.
And Trey does the Stadium Super Truck Series also. I think he got third place down there at Long Beach. Oh, there you go.
Woo! Nice.
That might be Trey. I don't know if Bill. Bill's a great racer, but I think he lets his son do all the wild antics. Oh, nice corner. Good job, Trey.
Yeah, man, really on the pipe there. That's as good as anybody's run that right-hander. Be curious to see. I mean, again, you can see when somebody's really putting one together, and it looks like he's on it right now.
And that's part of that momentum thing too. He got that nice corner, and he got his momentum going, and he didn't slide down into the soft stuff. That four-wheel drive just pulled him right through that corner. So, and I'll tell you what, that could have been a couple seconds right there.
Oh, I agree 100%, especially in that turn with all that heavy loam.
Let's see what Trey does here. Oh, come on now. Here he comes. He's gonna air it out, I'm sure. Well, we missed it. Oh, he just threw it in that corner too. Well,
a lot of dust, man.
The Matlocks better be looking over their shoulder because Trey's coming. Oh! Just about bought the farm on that one.
Without question, going for it here.
He is definitely coming through there very fast. He's hitting those holes a lot harder. Wow. Like Trey's got something to prove here today.
Doing what he does, right? Put the helmet on, it's go time.
Maybe Robbie told him he wasn't going to feed him dinner tonight if he didn't do good. So
Got super brave after being in that Stadium Super Truck, Long Beach.
right.
So an exciting run there for Trey Hernquist.
Yes. Let's see what happens on that one. Holy moly.
225.32.
Wow.
Holy smokes, that is low of the day.
That. We knew it was something special. I didn't know it was going to be that good.
225.32. Quickest 6100, 226. To put it in perspective.
Wow. Holy crap. And here comes a Class 10.
And still yet a pretty good string of cars back there. Well, we've worked in the Class 10s as well, and I think there's 9 or 10 of them.
Yeah. I don't know who's left. Oh, well, wait. We still got... Robbie's got to qualify still, doesn't he?
Robbie...
Is Robbie racing in the Speed
Yeah,
UTV?
I mean, I had him... I saw his name.
Yeah. So... Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, the 77 of Robbie Gordon still coming up here in a little bit.
Yeah.
I did not get a number on this Class 10 car.
I didn't either. I think that's that ID Designs car. It's
Good
day
looking
one.
Class 10 car.
We'll do better, I promise. Beautiful car.
Yeah, it is a nice looking car, and I think you talked about it before. You can hear the difference in the RPMs of the engine as they're manually shifting these cars. Do the Class 10 cars also have a cutting brake in them, like the short course pro buggies?
They can, and some of them have sequential transmissions. Some of them have H pattern transmissions. So actually, this might be a Raceco. I think that's a Raceco. 10, is that 1018?
I thought I saw 1018 as well.
Yeah, so that's a Raceco. I believe Jamie Campbell built that thing, and beautiful.
David Carey, yeah, David Carey, and you're all right. 2017 Raceco.
Yeah. Beautifully designed, beautifully built. I think his brother is a decent racer, if I remember correctly. Johnny Campbell. Sound familiar?
He's been around a little bit. He's got a couple of things done.
I believe he's the Grand Marshal also. He might not be setting the world on fire, but he's having a good qualifying run, and the goal is to get to Cabo. And then the second goal would be to get there faster than everybody in your class. So
yeah, I think he's doing a nice job here.
Yeah. Not everybody out there qualifying is giving it everything they got. I mean, you got to realize that. Some guys are holding it back a little bit. Yeah, he had a 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So not a bad run, really. Not a bad run at all.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much right in line there with the Class 10 cars, so it'll be competitive as James Saunders comes up here next. Number 50.
Yeah, you can tell the pitch on that one. Sounds a little bit different than those Pro Rs. And Can-Am start behind him.
Yeah, so interesting here. This is, I think, the first NA car that we've seen come out here.
Might be the second. I think I heard it because I think they sound the same. I think there was one that ran a couple, 5 or 6 minutes ago.
James Saunders, Jonathan Blevins, Jason Powell, and Clay Pierce, all four associated with this 2018 Polaris XP4. So no turbo on this one. I'd say substantially less horsepower in this particular category.
Yeah. It doesn't have that turbo pushing it, right?
Aside from that, though, everything else pretty much the same on these cars.
Yeah. Then you just get into tuning and prep.
Yeah, I mean, they're in both cars. I think all of them, they're allowed to update the ECUs to a degree, and
sure,
like you say, prep. One shock per corner, and get your shock set up properly.
And that's usually the key. If you spend the majority of your time working on your shock setup, your horsepower doesn't matter as much as those shocks do. Because you could be a lot faster than the guy with more horsepower if he doesn't have his shock set up correctly. So I would want my shocks working better than my motor originally.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And really the class leaders, anybody anybody that's winning a lot in any particular class usually has the ability to revalve shocks on site. I mean, they're very good at what they do. Take those things apart and make adjustments to them to get the car as happy as possible.
Absolutely. And that's what separates the winners from an also ran, you know?
Yeah, it's a big deal. I agree 100%. That damper package has to be on point.
Yeah. And it's got to survive 1,400 miles.
Yeah, which you bring up a great point there too. I mean, the oil inside of them. I mean, you've got to keep that at a cool operating temperature. It changes its viscosity, and inside in the middle of the run, if you're, say like a San Felipe, if you're going through a bunch of whoops, man, you get that oil hot, it changes how that shock works, and it could be a bad day.
Oh, for sure. And shock technology has come such a long way in the last 15 years or so. I remember at a San Felipe races when the trophy truck drivers, they'd do the first 25 miles, which would be up Zoo Road. And most of those guys were like, well, I can't go flat out, even though my truck will go flat out through those whoop-de-doos. At race mile 25, my shocks are going to be junk. So I have to really take my time through that section and run them, keep them cool so they'll last the whole race. Nowadays, shock technology is so good that you can run that section as hard as you want and you still have shocks at the end of the day.
I believe this might be the 603 of Chuck Sultan Jr. 2025 Can-Am Maverick R XRS.
Well, and he's just
fighting his way through that right-hander.
He's just going through the motions. He's not looking for P1 for sure. He might just be looking to get through it. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. Yep. And there's a lot of people, like you said, they're going to have different intentions when they come down here to this race. Some people it's to come down here and win this thing. And to other people, it's come down here and get experience. Other people, it's down here to have a great time. Let's go have some fun in the race car, do as good as we can do, and enjoy the social event at night and our camaraderie together. So it's everybody has their own approach here, and if that's the case, so you come out here and you put together a lap and call it good and go enjoy the evening.
Yeah, and it might be surprising how many people today, this is their first time driving in Baja.
Right.
So, that's the beauty about the NORRA 1000. They open it up for people like this to come down here and enjoy it and, guide them and show them how it's done and, how to do it right. You can race for the first time down here, and they're going to run you through how to do it safely. You know what I mean? Run your race, and if you got somebody behind you, let them go and then continue on with your race. Because we all know the fastest guy is not necessarily the guy that's going to win. And that's been proven time and time again.
Kind of along the thinking of Scott Dixon, who one time said this place picks its winner, and he was talking about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the 500, and I feel like that applies down here in Baja. I think Baja picks its winner. You can have a great run going, but you just don't know until you cross that stripe. And we've seen some crazy things happen down here.
For sure. And how often has somebody got caught up racing the guy behind him or the guy in front of him, and that guy might not even be in his class, and you get caught up in doing that, and then Baja comes up and bites you.
Well,
And,
we saw it at the 1,000 last year, right? I mean, everybody thought they knew who was going to win that unlimited category, and they ran out of gas with just a little bit to go. So
absolutely,
you just never know.
Or you clip that rock wrong, and it sends you off a cliff, and now you're stuck down halfway down a cliff for 12 hours waiting for somebody to get you out of there. Well, the 603 had a time of 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think exactly what you said. Just out there putting some time in.
Yeah.
Getting used to it as we watch the 63 now.
That's Jay Edwards.
Yeah, brand new Can-Am Maverick R.
Yeah. He just got it from the dealership. Probably.
He and Jim Bird looking to have some fun here.
Wow, they're from back east even. These guys aren't screwing around.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hike from New Hampshire.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely taking it easy. I think he's got his blinker on.
Maybe the four-ways.
That's right.
Yeah, he's taking it easy.
Yeah.
Well, and you know what? I mean, I think this is a great point or a great time to point out how intimidating this can be. I mean, you and I, we've all been around this a long time. We watch a lot of it. If you get somebody brand new, it's like, hey, man, this looks like a fun event. Let's just go get into it. Let's buy a car, and at some point, we just have to go get used to it. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with these guys, but I just can't imagine what it would be like to come out to a place like this from New Hampshire, very first time hopping a car. I mean, you're not going to go rip. You're gonna pay attention and take care of it, and get ready for the week.
Well, if you're smart, you're doing what these guys are doing, and they're not trying to prove anything to anybody but themselves that, hey, if we're going to do this, we've never done it before, let's not be stupid. Let's get the right equipment. Let's go out there and let's listen to anybody that'll tell us anything that we need to absorb that we have, because we haven't done this before, and do that. And and that's the beauty of the UTV market, that there has never been a type of vehicle like this that translates into off-road racing as easy as a UTV does. You can go get one, and with very minimal upgrades, you could be racing the NORRA Mexican 1000. Yeah, so they're just...
Yeah, they're picking their way around.
Yeah. Hey, right now, those guys are in a race vehicle qualifying, and me and you are sitting on our butts.
Yeah.
So they're doing something right. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's hazard on or not.
A friend of mine once said to me, he's a sponsor of our car. Whenever we won the championship, he said, "You guys are making life worth living," and that's exactly what these people are doing out here.
Oh yeah, these guys are making memories 1 mile at a time. They'll be talking about this race for years to come, no matter how it turns out. No matter if they wreck out on day one or they make it all the way to Cabo, they're going to be talking about this to their friends, and then guess what? There's going to be somebody in Vermont next year that's going to be coming down here and doing the same thing.
Making memories.
That's right. Kind of like my buddy Bob Bowers told me, because off-road racing is not golf. So it's just another great quote by my buddy.
It can be intimidating. Finally finds the throttle right there, stabs it a couple times, gets that sensation of speed out across the finish line.
Yeah,
and the 63 car has made their qualifying lap. Congratulations.
Yeah. He might be in the 4 to 5 minute range, but that's okay.
But you know what?
If he makes it to Cabo, he'll be one of 50%. Oh, there's Robbie, I believe, isn't it? Yep.
Robbie Gordon, 77 car.
Well, we'll see who's buying dinner tonight. Is it going to be Trey or is it going to be Robbie?
Don't be surprised if he texts us in the middle of this.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if he doesn't qualify better than Trey, he's going to get a text from me. So I might not be here tomorrow, but all right.
Incredibly talented. I mean, there's just nothing this guy hasn't climbed inside of. Oh, and has won. Really kicked the back end up on that one right there, but it will not affect him. Man, charges in there really hard, uses all the road, does exactly what he's supposed to do. Flies that car, it lands great. But every form of racing this guy has been in, he has excelled in. Just an incredible natural talent to go fast in whatever it is that he climbs in. His brain works incredibly fast. I mean, it is on fire. As fast as you may be thinking, he's probably 10 thoughts past you.
Well, he's definitely extremely crazy fast and probably one of the best drivers in off-road racing or racing in general. Now, love him or hate him, this guy is talented.
Cup cars, Indy cars. I mean,
IMSA.
He was one decision away from winning the Indianapolis 500.
Yes.
And they ran short on fuel, and he had to come back in. It was not his call. But, I mean, he's incredibly fast no matter what it is that he gets in.
And you know, I put Robbie in that category of a Mickey Thompson. The guy's got his hands in everything. Oh, there he goes. But this guy, he's got his hands in everything, but that's what makes him Robbie Gordon. And that's what made Mickey Thompson Mickey Thompson. Mickey Thompson did everything. He was doing land speed cars. He was doing drag racing. He was doing boat drags. He was doing stadium racing. He created it. And he had all that stuff going on, and he was able to juggle it. And then you got Robbie Gordon, who's our version of Mickey Thompson. And he goes out and tests his products himself. This is a great run.
Great lap here, almost done. We'll have a time for Robbie here shortly.
I'm thinking it's going to be close, but I kind of feel that Trey might still have it. I might be eating those words here in a second, but waiting patiently.
I know that Trey went at 25. I was looking
229.
He went at 25.32. And what did we get here?
229.
229.
So he got
another great lap.
So we got two speed UTVs in the top two positions.
Well, that would have put him P3 in the 6100 class.
Right. And then you got Matlocks in the Pro R in third, and then PJ in fourth. Is that correct? I believe. I think so. If I got all my math right. So it looks like Robbie's buying dinner.
And Trey's going to enjoy it?
He sure is. Anything off the seasonal menu? Is that it?
8616 is out here. Razor Dobbs.
Oh, for a second there, I thought that was Robbie's car again. Another Speed Diablo.
Yeah, another Speed Diablo, and again from the East Coast over in North Carolina. Picked up Sean Bell along the way in San Antonio and said, "Hey, man, let's go to Mexico and race this thing."
Hey, what are you doing this week? Right? Oh.
Yeah, we know the car's good and carries some decent speed through that left-hander.
Yep.
Right there where it gets a bit narrow.
Got his Starlink Mini on the top. So
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Emails.
Good call there, Roy.
Yeah.
Talk about technology that's advanced. That's incredible technology.
Isn't it though? I mean, just think 5 years ago. I remember watching some footage of a race, and actually it was this race, and Art Eugenio from Trackside Photo or Get Some Photo, he's out there in, I don't know, somewhere by Bay of LA where they never have service for anything, and he's out in the middle of nowhere, and he's got a live feed going, and he had a Starlink sitting 20 feet away from his Bronco, and I was like, holy crap, this is amazing. It's really been, the Starlink has been crazy for the sport. And it's also a lot safer. It makes it a lot safer to go out there racing too.
Yeah, they'll record a bunch of data. They'll be able to go back and watch everything as well. The onboards are incredible.
Yep. Communication with your crew. They can keep an eye on you the whole time. You know what I mean? Up to the second data, you know.
Past the halfway point here as he's coming up towards the end of his qualifying lap.
Low battery. Return to home promptly.
So we kind of have a healthy manufacturers battle between all manufacturers in the UTV class.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's just a little bit of everybody in here.
There's some diversity here, yeah, and that's what
For
makes
sure.
it fun.
And they're all doing some pretty good times. So, oh, here we go. Rich Minga.
Well, Rich Mingo, man, talk about a guy that's been around forever. So accomplished, great guy.
And
Out here in the 504.
That is a historic Class 5 race car from back in the early 80s to probably the mid to late 80s. I think the Smitty had that car. I think there was two of them. Him and his brother had them. And those cars won a lot of races. And Minga got a hold of it, and I think it was 2 years ago, tore it all the way down to the frame, restored it, left all the original graphics on it, and it's an Eddie Frisk built vehicle, Class 5. And Eddie Frisk he's done a lot in the off-road racing community. He's built a ton of very competitive race cars, including Class 7S trucks for the Simons and a whole bunch of others. I think he worked at Jimco at one time. So, I mean,
he's done everything. He's just one of those guys that's done everything. It's pretty impressive, too. He's been going to Baja since 73 or so. He said went to Cabo with his folks in a motorhome. The first year the road got paved, kind of paved, he said.
Yeah, he's been doing this for years. I mean, I remember he was racing a Challenger car back in '87, and when he won I think he won the overall championship that year in a Class 9 car. And then he came out with that. He had a Porsche 911 that he raced Class 5 in, which was unheard of. First time a Porsche has ever raced in Class 5 Unlimited, and it had a flat 6 Porsche motor in it for a while until they decided to, okay, that's a little too much horsepower for you. You're going to have to go back to a Type 4 motor. But, yeah, Rich has been in the sport of off-road racing for as long as I can remember, and he's an ambassador to the sport. I think he does work for BF Goodrich, and all those guys. So, and he has a lot of fun down there. And he's actually got off-road Hall of Famer Chris Collard in with him as a co-rider. So that's going to be a fun bunch.
Yeah, he's managed a lot of successful teams at a very high level. 6-time class winner of the Baja 1000 and 4-time NORRA winner. So he's had some great success out here. I love the car, man. Look at that thing. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the livery on it is I'm glad he just stuck with that livery and just cleaned it up, because it's got such classic lines.
The drone chasing him there.
And if you'll see every once in a while you'll see guys running lights even in the daylight. Sometimes that's twofold. You'll have guys running lights just so if they're coming up in the dust, if there's a guy in front of you, every once in a while that light will hit their rear view mirror and kind of gain your attention to your rear view mirror. Like, what the hell was that? And then you'll see, oh, there's lights, and you'll see lights coming up behind you. So sometimes they don't hear the horn. Sometimes the Stella doesn't work, because you can buzz them with a Stella and it'll beep in the car saying, hey, there's somebody behind you. They want you to move over. Sometimes those don't work. So some guys use headlights or run lights. So it's another form of a safety type deal.
Yeah, that's great info. Never thought of it that way, but makes perfect sense. As Rich finishes up his qualifying lap, part of the Legends cars. Out there getting it done. Great job. Nicely done, Rich.
Yeah. All the fenders are on it. All the tires still got air in it, and the roof isn't crushed in. So he's doing well.
Our Class 10 car. Tomochi Andre.
If you say so. Good job on that one. I wouldn't have been able to pronounce that.
Out of Costa Mesa, 2013.
Is that a race car also?
13 Everson. Seven different people signing on with this car, so they're planning on having a great week. Get your buddies and let's get a car and let's go have some fun.
So going back, Ed, what we were talking about when we were watching the 6100 running, and then we started watching the UTVs, and we said, I wonder what the times are going to be like between the UTVs and the 6100s, and what happened.
Ooh.
Oh, he got lost in his own dust there for a second.
I think he did.
So the UTVs have the fastest time for qualifying for the day. So
very impressive.
25 by Trey Hernquist. And Jake Johnson, what was Jake's time again?
26.
26. So 1 second. That's amazing.
Always comes back to that horsepower to weight, and then obviously the traction, as you talked about, which, you know, the all-wheel drive versus the two-wheel drive. And that two-wheel drive trying to push all that weight is no easy task. It's actually very impressive that they're able to keep up with these lightweight cars that are all-wheel drive.
That's a great point, actually, because those the power to weight ratio from Trey's car to Jake Johnson's car is quite a bit different, for sure. 1049 putting in a good run.
I think you might have missed a gear right there.
Yeah, no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Last thing you want to do is, oh, well, I spoke too soon. Last thing you want to do is screw up today, and then have your guys working all night to get this thing ready for tomorrow, and then going in day one with a wounded car. You know what I mean? So got to keep your almost got nerfed by the
Great drone shot. Drone pilot having some fun.
yeah. Nice clean Class 10 car though. Looks like a lot of fun. So now to really solidify that argument, you could probably say, well, what if we got the new Mason Gen 2 four-wheel drive out here with 1,100 horsepower and 42-inch tires and see how that does.
All right, let's check in with Pam. We've not heard from Pam in a little bit. And unfortunately, difficulties there, so we will see if we can get that re-racked, and once we get some audio, we'll get her back over there and listen to our number one qualifier with the side-by-sides, number one qualifier overall, and Trey Hernquist doing a great job.
Forward to
now we can hear him
there and laying down a clean run tomorrow.
Well, it's super exciting for you. I mean, number one qualifier with the 225. It's so stoked for you. I know that you come out here, you do this every year, and you're trying to work really hard on it. And here you are, top spot. So congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to all the partners that back me to be able to bring me out here and do this and different things like that. And it's going to be a fun week, guys.
All right, and there we have it. Trey Hernquist, number one qualifier with a 225 of the day. Robbie Gordon with a 229. I heard like Robbie will be.
I don't know. I think he owes me dinner from 2 weeks ago at SST when he backed me back off the green flag on the starting grade. So I think we're even. We'll call it that.
There we go. All right, and Trey, good luck for the next 6 days, and we'll see you out on the course.
Awesome. Thanks, Pam. Look forward to hanging out.
Robbie doing Robbie stuff at Long Beach, so it sounds like Trey's memory is pretty good. Was able to feed it back to him a little bit today.
Yeah, and we didn't know anything about that dinner stuff. We were just speculating, but I'd go ahead and hold him to that dinner if I was him. 747.
Yeah, and carrying some good speed as well.
Yeah. So don't shut the door on that position just yet, people. I would like to have a shot at that.
Nick McPhee. Wow, he's going for it for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Riverside, California, 2022 Polaris Pro R. I think John Holmes might be driving this car, actually.
Oh, we heard something about that earlier, didn't we? Well, John's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, it might be why they put John in it, right?
Yeah. Probably telling them to slow down. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, getting everything out of it.
You can do another one. Why not? Oh, another speed. I don't see a number on that. 232 on the 747.
Yeah, really good lap. Brandon Cox coming up here next. And one more time, let's get it back over to Pam. I believe she is with Robbie Gordon, who has to buy dinner tonight.
and all the talent out here racing for the NORRA. I mean, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know, it's really, really close, obviously, between the 6100s and the UTVs. As we've seen in a lot of races lately, the UTVs have been right there. So, you know, for Trey to get the top spot in a speed car makes me really proud and happy. And congratulations to him. And I think we're sitting here second in Pro Turbo or UTV or whatever you want to call it. It's good. I think we'll be okay. It's a long race.
Definitely a long race. We have 6 days to go for this, and I know that you know this is one of everybody's favorite races. But the entry list this year is up. The UTVs are up. The 6100 trucks coming and joining. It's definitely the talk of the town.
Well, I think it's good. You know, I think with what we had in qualifying today, tech drivers meeting, we'll take the SST truck and jump it on the street, and we'll get ready for the NORRA 6-day rally. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long race, 1,400 miles, and guys are going to have to pace their cars to make it all the way.
Well, it's super stoked for you getting in that number 2 spot with qualifying today, and we'll see you out for the next 6 days. And tonight, I can't wait to see the exhibition you're putting on.
Well, thanks. You know, it's the first time we've had the SST trucks here on the streets of Ensenada, and I'll probably let Max go do it just because, and I think it's cool. It brings off-road to downtown, and I think that's what we've been able to do with Stadium Super Truck, and just build more awareness for off-road in general.
Exactly. Well, there we have it from Robbie Gordon, our number 2 qualifier with the 229. Good luck in the next 6 days.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Robbie.
This is not a qualifying lap. This looks like a different bit in one of the speed cars. We go back to Brandon Cox here, who is qualifying. Brandon Cox, first time out here in the desert. He's competed in Dirt Riot and the Wee Rock events. Spent about 20 years recreational wheeling with his buddies. But first time he's been out here competing in the desert. We wish him the best of luck.
All the way from Edmond, Oklahoma. See what kind of time the first timer can come up with. Like I said, he's probably not trying to set the world on fire, but
some of these guys, are competitive, and you're not out here if you're not competitive.
Right.
Looks like he's in the throttle pretty good.
Yeah.
He's not going to be at the top of the charts, but definitely pushing the car.
In this kind of race, for the majority of the guys out there, if you run at 75% the whole rally, you're probably going to be on the podium for the most part. Now, sometimes in the really super competitive classes, 6100 and maybe even these UTV classes, you might be down a little bit farther. But if you keep your nose clean, the whole idea is not to get out of the car, not changing tires, not blowing corners, not getting stuck in the silt. Those precious minutes that you lose by doing that stuff, you could have ran at 75% and avoided all of that and still had the same time. So some of these guys got the right idea, but then again, there's some guys that can put that 90% together for 6 days and not have any problems and just kill it. Brandon Cox coming in for his qualifying loop, finishing it up. Looks like he got a time of 2 minutes and 56 seconds. That's actually not bad at all.
Yeah.
11:41. Another speed UTV. And for some reason, I don't have him on my list.
11:41 of Neil Volk.
There you go. And that basically looks like a stock speed UTV 4-seater. An El Jefe.
And I'm with you. I do not have him on my list either.
He might be a late entry.
Right. We've actually done pretty good with that in terms of everybody was pre-registered, and which I love. And once registration closes, that's pretty much it, and it gives everybody a chance to work on who is in the event. But I think this is maybe only the third one that I've seen that has not been on the list.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job of keeping us up to date on what and who.
And again, somebody out here, it looks like they're just going to put in a banker's lap, if you will, just a safe lap, get themselves in the field, get used to what's going on. As you talked about before, not allowed to pre-run, so why not come out here and get a little bit of seat time to get things going?
Yeah, because you're definitely going to get a lot of seat time for the next 6 days. That's for sure.
Yeah, but a good time to shake the car down, right, and make sure everything's okay there. Woo, a little bit of a ride.
Yeah. Almost tested out that Baja fence there, but
yeah, and that's what I was talking about before, a little bit ago. Whenever these things land on the front end like that, they don't want to pull the steering wheel left or right. You've got to be on top of that.
Yeah. Like I said, that's where Baja will come up and bite you. And it happens a lot. If you have a lapse in judgment, you can't do that down here. And these first time guys, they probably get out there and he's running right now, and he's probably like, I'm flying. I mean, I am killing it right now, And then he goes and looks at his time, and then he looks at the fastest guy, and he's like, holy crap, why am I 2 minutes slower than that guy?
Yeah, how is that even possible?
Yeah, that guy was cheating.
That was a quick look at Robbie Gordon there, who just turned around with a speed fire suit on.
And we got another one. 35,
that's 35 maybe?
Maybe?
Yep, 35.
With my grainy TV. Ed Evans from Reedsville, West Virginia. Is that correct? '26 Speed UTV El Diablo. And he's out.
All right, let's go. It's one of those things, you've been sitting in the car for a while and the nerves kind of wear off a little bit. You get comfortable in it. It's like, okay, man, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. He don't seem like Ed Evans doesn't seem like he's gonna mess around a little bit. He's gonna push on that skinny pedal a little bit and see what he can come up with. Hopefully. There he is. Okay. Yeah, he's being a little aggressive. Good for him.
GNCC racer. I'll give you an idea.
Yeah.
Tough guy, man.
Yeah.
Those things are not easy. So Blackwater 100 5 times. He's got a little bit of seat time with some racing.
This
tractor driver by trade and a chef for money, he says.
Probably a lot easier. No trees, no mud for the most part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those GNCC races are no joke.
Yeah, and bike guys translates 2 wheels to 4 wheels. Bike guys usually do very well.
Oh yeah, they're fearless now.
Yeah, I was going to say he had a different look about him. You know what I mean, when he took off, and he's definitely getting it. So he's probably going to have a pretty decent time.
And some decent speed there through the right-hander.
Yeah. Here comes that off-camber jump coming up. Right around here. He stayed to the right. Or is it this? Oh, that was it.
Car moving around a little bit would indicate he's on the limit.
And he's probably juggling that thing that we were talking about earlier. Should I go a little faster, or should I just kind of stay here where I'm at, you know? He's being cautious, but he's still doing a good clip.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting all he can get where he feels comfortable, if you will.
Exactly. He's
but not pushing the areas where it could really bite him. Had a good, smart run here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the terrain in West Virginia is a lot different than it is in Baja. So he probably has. Who knows if he's even driven that thing yet? You know, maybe he just picked this thing up not too long ago. So it's like a Pro R.
Yeah, next one up here.
Yeah, I don't see a number.
2062, I believe.
Okay. $2062 with a bunch of people. Oh, a couple. Ryan Pullman, is that it? 2025.
Yeah, Ryan Pullman, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pullman out of Utah, I believe, has some experience in the big trucks as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they had a unlimited truck at one time. If it's the same one, I'm pretty sure it is. I could be wrong though. I've been wrong before.
No, I agree with you. I think it is that family, and yeah, they've had some successful runs, no doubt. Gets right after it there.
Yeah. And he's definitely got some Baja experience, so he's gonna. I mean, he's not new to the sport.
2025 Polaris Pro R, as you indicated before. Find out how the car's set up, how he attacks this right-hander. Drives in pretty deep.
Yep.
A little bit hot, gets a little bit high.
And when they had that drone footage, there was clearly two different lines there burned in. There was the inside line and the outside line. And a lot of guys started taking that inside line, it seemed like. It was faster.
Nicely done there, carrying good speed. I was watching that rear suspension in comparison to what you were talking about with the speed cars. You can really see how the suspension works much, much differently here on one of these Polarises.
Yeah, and like I said, look how skinny the car gets when it's in the air, and then how wide it gets when it's on the ground braking or whatever.
Yeah, that's a great description of what it does.
Yeah.
Where the speed cars stay flat, level.
Now, with that being said, they're still killing it, right? So it's just.
Yeah, I believe it's referred to as motion ratio, if I'm not mistaken, but.
And then all it is understanding what your vehicle will do and predict what it'll do, and then you just drive it to that, which is what these guys are doing. And
I know Robbie worked on it on the back, but as you talked about, the Can-Am's worked on it in the front. Now, I think it does make a big difference in the front.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Well, I think the key on the Robbie's deal on his speed UTVs is the cornering. You feel more confident going into those corners faster. It doesn't want to push you over. You know what I mean? And the camber and everything on the Pro Rs, they tend to want to tip over a little bit. But then again, it's just all in how you drive it too and how you react to it. So even if it does have that tendency, you can overcome that tendency with your driving abilities. But I think with Robbie's, it's probably a little user friendly for somebody that might not be that talented at driving. I don't know.
So Pullman comes across the stripe under full speed.
Number 17.
2:43.53. Nice lap.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty fast lap.
No, not bad at all.
As the 17 car comes up here next. That is driven by Dale Carson. Dale out of Henderson, Nevada. Another 2023 Speed UTV, El Diablo.
As rookie. That could be good or that could be bad. You just never know. Oh.
Says on the entry sheet he's a rookie. But he's going for it. Going for it as a rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think, if you're going to be aggressive, you're an aggressive style driver. Take what you can get here. Where it's straight, get after it as hard as you can. And then when you get to the corners, check up and make sure you don't make a big mistake.
Yeah. And then if you do, you say, hey, I'm a rookie.
I think that's exactly what he did there. Look at that, Imes. No issues with that at all. Stayed out of trouble. Man, there's some silt piles down there.
It's getting deep already, which is going to make it interesting for tomorrow morning when all those limited cars start going through there.
Ken checks up, does a nice job through the turns. Little chicane here.
Same thing like you were talking about, just getting his feel for the car, running it to where he feels comfortable. Yeah, just comparing this to watching Robbie, Trey, or the Matlocks, or PJ for that matter. I mean, just the way they were throwing it into the corners and hitting the G outs at speed and getting crossed up over this back straightaway with the rollers in it. I mean, you can tell the guys that are confident in their car and in their driving, and guys that are just kind of, okay, I just need to get through this,
Yeah, that seat time is irreplaceable.
And sometimes it doesn't matter how much seat time you got. You just don't have that natural talent that only a few have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a handful out there that are very comfortable being uncomfortable.
Very comfortable making us uncomfortable, yeah. See, that car looks really good coming through there. Nice and settled.
Yeah, really stable, right? towards the end of the qualifying lap here for the 17 car. John Condon will help him out throughout the course of the week out of Plymouth, California.
Good run for Dale Carson, for sure.
Yeah, congrats to the rookie.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Now do that times 6, and then we'll give you a golf clap when you're all done.
.302.75 as the 62 car comes up.
Another OR.
Yeah, this is Dodge Pullman. Yes, same family. Also out of Utah. Dodge and Jack will be sharing some fun here, along with 4 others. Another brand new car here, 2026 Polaris Pro R.
Guess he decided he didn't want to have the kid have all the fun, huh? Well, like they say, you can't take the money with you, so.
Yeah, if you can afford it, man, go get some.
Faux show.
Waiting patiently for the green flag. Course is clear. Looks like 2 sitting back behind him.
Yeah. Well, he got right after it, didn't he?
He was not playing around.
Nope. I guess there's dinner on the line for this, too.
Actually show on the list that there's 6 more to go, but I only saw 2 sitting back there.
Well, I saw 3 more way back there, but I don't know if they were part of the deal or if they were something else.
Yeah, he's getting after it here. Well, again, I mean, coming out of this Pullman family, they've been racing for a long time. They're good at what they do.
Yes.
Right down on the bottom, nicely done. Yeah, look at the ruts. That is a different view than what we've been able to see on the outside of that corner. But yeah, you definitely do not want to get to the outside of that corner. If you can stay to the inside and stay out of those ruts and that heavy silt, you're gonna save some time.
Oh yeah.
And he's going for it here. I bet this turns out to be a decent lap time.
I think you're right. He's putting a good one together, nice and clean, not getting crazy.
Wouldn't surprise me to see this thing in the 40s, maybe even high 30s.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like we share the same brain, Ed.
Oh, yeah. Good corner speed there.
And when you make it look that smooth, it doesn't look like you're going that fast. You know what I mean? But the time will show it. You know, he's not scrubbing speed by going sideways around the corners and all that. There's that little kicker.
Yeah, but it looked great over that kicker.
It did, yeah. It's funny when it hits hard, it just kind of does that little kick out to the side. Watching them come at you.
Yeah, I mean, on the pipe here, standing on the throttle. Dodge Pullman putting in the qualifying lap for the number 62 car out of Orem, Utah. Stone Crandall will jump in with him out of Providence, Utah. Sebastian Morales out of Guadalajara. Dan Mahill and Luis Dominguez out of Lake Elsinore. So good qualifying lap there.
Absolutely.
Curious to see what the lap time is on that one.
Yeah. There it is. Whoa.
And one more time, let's get it over to Pam Hall.
Vet for years.
I am here with Ed Evans. Ed Evans, you are out there in your Speed UTV, and you were telling me you've never been behind the wheel of this, and here you go out and you qualify and had some fun.
Man, we had massive amounts of fun. Robbie Gordon set a race car up for us from Speed UTV. We flew in from the East Coast, West Virginia. We'd never seen our girl before. We'd never been in the seat. A couple spots, I was a little timid. Will admit I pulled off the gas when the air was getting big. My son here, he was yelling, hammer, hammer, hammer. He's all in. We're all in. We're proud to be here. We're proud to be blessed. And NORRA seems to be great so far, Pam. We're having a good time.
And that's what we like to hear, is you're having a good time. I mean, and this is just qualifying day. We have 6 days of going all the way down the peninsula. You've never raced NORRA, but here you are with us. You've raced other vehicles in the past, you were telling me. So, I mean, all in all, doing a desert race, and I mean, desert race, I say a desert rally, it's going to be a different style of racing for you.
Absolutely. I'm used to road courses in Corvettes and run the GNCC back. I'm an older guy, but I used to run the GNCC back on the East Coast, the Blackwater 100 5 times, the Coombs family, dear friends. Proud of my background of that and proud of my faith.
Well, Ed Evans, I'm super stoked for you to be down here with us with NORRA. NORRA is one of my personal favorites as well. I'm sure we'll see you back again next year, but good job out there on qualifying and good luck for the next 6 days.
We're here for the duration, man. Take it to Cabo.
He's having a great time. Awesome. By the way, Dodge Pullman, 2:35.62, a great lap.
A great lap, yeah. We called that. And we also called Ed Evans, didn't we? Didn't we, Ed? We were talking about him coming from West Virginia, probably never even touched that Speed UTV until he got down here, and sure enough, we were right. And he was pushing it where he was comfortable, and then he'd slow down where he wasn't quite sure. And he pulled out a great lap. And I didn't see who this was. Did you catch who this is in this Speed UTV?
I did.
It's red. John Hybert. $957.
I got it here. Yeah, John Hybert. That is correct. Out of Redlands, California.
Putting it through his paces. See how he does through here. A little kicker right here. Yeah, he's just kind of taking it easy. Nothing wrong with that. Got a couple other guys on his team. Brandon Hollander. Russ Phillips.
Yeah, and he made a move to get to the left side of that rut. I haven't seen the rut upset too many cars, oddly enough, but man, it sure looks like it would pull the car left or right. But for the most part, I think they've split it.
Yeah. He's probably another one of those guys. He's just trying to get through the. I mean.
And crosses the stripe. Nice job there for John Hybert. And the 957. The 957 reminds me of Miles Cheek. I don't know why he just always ran that number, so that's what comes to mind.
Right.
327.08.
Wow.
As we go to our next car, what I believe is a 2959. JD Keys.
Four more cars, looks like.
Addison Johnston out of Tucson, Arizona. Sean Dar, Jaden Keys. Maybe that's Addison. And again, waiting for the green flag to fly here, saying that the course is green.
Well, with 4 more cars to go, it looks like, Ken. What are you looking for tomorrow?
I'm just excited to see how things shake down, to see how aggressive people get and what they're going for. By the way, just got a quick note from Rob Mack, who said he will probably navigate for Augie for the first 100 miles or so tomorrow. Then Carl will drive to San Felipe. So they're not sure if Franz is going to get in or if Rob Mack will stay in. So a little update there for the Renazetter team as we watch our next car get ready to go here, as we talked about just a moment ago.
And that's another beauty of the transit sections, being able to utilize. You could do driver changes, you could do tire changes in those times and not lose any time whatsoever. So another great strategy to be used if you're doing the rally here at the NORRA Mexican 1000. I'm kind of surprised Rob wants to do 100 miles. Looks like he's got the Arizona flag plastered on the top of his car. If I'm seeing that correctly.
Getting down towards the end of our qualifying day.
And that's another one of those factory Pro Rs, isn't it, Ken? Looks like it. Looks to be.
I believe this is a Can-Am.
Is it a Can-Am?
Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds.
I believe it was a 2022 Can-Am Maverick X3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I just didn't. It was a little grainy on my feed here. I didn't see it quite clear enough there. So
Can be tough to tell depending on the angles that they're giving us. And
yeah,
great overhead shot right there of the entire course, or at least a large section of the course. Once again, 2.5 mile lap.
and it looks like Baja's got a lot of rain lately because it's
Pretty green,
nice
huh?
and green. Looks like the skid plate's already coming undone a little bit.
Yeah, something hanging down there. That did not look normal for sure. But going for it nonetheless. Definitely another one of those laps here. I don't know if he's going to be in the 30s or not, but it's like good enough to at least get into the 40s. Pretty good.
I'm sure every time that suspension goes down and that skid blade hits the ground, they both look at each other and go, "What the heck was that?" Oh yeah, he peeled it back. He hit something and it just peeled that thing all the way back. Get the hammers out.
We'll see what he comes across here with time-wise, but it looked like a really good effort.
Yeah, it looked really smooth.
And according to the list that was sent to me, I think we have 4 more cars to go.
Yeah, could be. Looks like another Class 10
Rada
car.
Media-backed machine. See if this is the number 1017. If it is, I do not have a 1017.
I didn't see it either. As I'm quietly trying to shuffle paper. Oh, yeah. Gonna give her a little what for?
I do have a 1710. I wonder if numbers got transposed there, and it is a 2025 Pro R, which that looks like. But tough to make out the number.
Yeah, I'm not getting the number on that either.
This is Wade Porter.
What's the number? You get that?
I believe this is the 1017.
Beautiful car.
He is the driver of record on vehicle 53 for some reason, but Val is helping us down there in country and says that is Wade Porter behind the wheel.
Okay. They're saying 1017 is Edward Laguna here. Oh.
Go.
Little kick. Yeah, see that little blue light on the passenger side? That's like one of those identifying lights. Sometimes that's even for the pit crew. If the race car's coming down a long straightaway or something, the pit crew's at the end of that straightaway, they'll see that little blue light and they'll go, "Oh, there he is."
Yeah, it's pretty wild when you're in a vehicle for a long time, the little things you can pick up. You wouldn't think you'd be able to see anything back to the dust, but the little things you pick up there, here and there, how your senses are all heightened when you're in the driver's seat doing that. Yeah, finish hard.
Yeah.
So this is Eduardo Laguna. Well, we're told Wade Porter.
Yep, I think you're right. I think it was Wade Porter. $36.19. Yeah.
And the 39.19 of Alfredo Horatio out of Salta, Argentina.
Whoa. That's a long way to travel. Come down to a race, and then you have to have your car shipped over here too. I'm thinking.
Wade Porter putting together a good one, by the way. Our previous qualifier, 237.19. Nicely done.
Whoa,
Nicely done. Real good lap.
That was kind of a sleeper, wasn't it?
I mean, you get into the 30s, man, you're doing something for real. I mean, 40s is a really good lap. 30s is getting it done, and then obviously a couple of cars there in the 20s.
Hey, and that four-wheel drive is four-wheel drive turbo on top of that is, that's hard to beat.
And that's what we were talking about, that route he just took. He went to the high side of that corner and got in a couple of those deep ruts, and it just sucks all the speed out of the car.
Yep.
That's one of those where you would like to have some info going in. If you had a previous driver come back to you and say, hey, man, and in that tight right-hander, make sure you stay down at the bottom, and then you can stay out of that.
Yeah.
They might not be able to see it until they get committed.
He's putting in a pretty good lap time.
Yeah, if you had to guess a number, where would you put it?
I'm thinking he's in the 40s. Could be.
I was thinking a low 50.
Yeah, maybe
a high 40.
Yeah, he seems to have tapered it down just a little here in the last.
We'll see how he does in that chicane. I mean, I think there's so much time to be gained or lost in this chicane up here that he's coming up to.
And you never know. He might have got halfway through that lap, and his co-driver might have said, "Hey, why don't you? Yeah, we got a long ways to go. We came a long way to come do this race. Let's extend it a couple more days."
Finishing this one up, charging hard.
Yeah, he's definitely under 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a good lap.
Let's see. Maybe he'll surprise me.
You might be right. I might be wrong. I hate when that happens, but it's more likely than not. How about that? 255.62.
Huh? Looks like he's got some mud flaps hanging down there.
Down to 2 cars.
Is that what it said? It says we got 39, 19. Yeah, 551 should be this one, correct?
That's what I have.
Yeah, there you go. Turbo
Joe Acapenti. And there's a really good chance that I just absolutely destroyed his last name.
Better you than me, sir. If you want me to make you feel better, I can try and pronounce it.
There's another guy that's in the car. His name's Dave Gibbs. I've got that one covered.
Right. Okay. How about Joe O? How about that?
That works.
Moscow,
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Third year racing in the Pro Turbo category, competing in Best in the Desert and NORRA races. Second place, Pro Turbo UTV at this event in 2024. Congrats to him for that. That's a solid showing. He goes to the high side of that right-hander and gets in the heavy silt.
Yeah, he's got those big mud flaps hanging off the bottom trailing arms on the rear. We like to call those dust makers because they just flap in the wind and it just disrupts all the dust behind you. but it's also used to help protect the axles and everything too. So twofold.
Yeah, rocks pounding against those axles, and
Yep.
you see a lot of people put protectors up there. Good looking Maverick.
Yep. Took the spare tire off just to maybe take some weight off of that rear suspension.
Yeah, you bring up a good point there too. I mean, sometimes you take if you have your damper, your shock package set up to carry all that weight in the back, and you take 150, 200 pounds off the back, it could really make the car act a lot differently.
Sure. Might not kick as bad, you know. It probably still have a little bit of a kick, but it won't send you sideways. So
Good look at those front control arms we were talking about before. They're just drastically different.
Yep. Kind of keeps that front end just stays wide all the way through the cycle for the most part. You know what I mean? And I think those Maverick R's, they're the ones with they don't have a belt drive. I believe
look at
it.
that thing pull up out of that turn.
Yeah, right?
It's got some horsepower, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't think those Maverick R's are short on horsepower at all. And I think those transmissions really make a difference also.
Joe O, getting it done.
Joe O, there it is.
Like it. 250.59.
Not bad.
Nearly in the 40s. So close.
And he didn't screw anything up.
No, I did a good job. I mean, well, you finished second out here a couple of years ago. It's clearly not his first rodeo, so he knows how to aggressively attack.
Oh, somebody else snuck in now. Oh, no, 888, right?
Then there was one. Final car here.
Thomaso.
You got him?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Thomaso. Tomas. Tomas Almeida.
Yeah.
Tomas
From Argentina.
Almeida. My apologies there.
Or is that Argentina? No. No, he. Bye-bye.
Yeah, how about that? Another one from Salta Capital, Argentina.
Yeah. And his co-drivers, two co-drivers from Ensenada?
Yeah, very cool. So maybe they got together, a couple of those guys, and put their cars in a container and got them over here.
Or they rented them.
Yeah, might be a really smart idea.
Probably be cheaper.
Yeah.
See which line he takes here. There you go.
See, there's some information. I bet you his buddy from Argentina came over and said something to him and stayed down to the bottom. With that said, man, took it really easy coming out. I would think he'd get back on the throttle a lot harder than that, but that's a good call to stay at the bottom of that turn if you can.
He looks like he's going slower than he should be going right now.
Yeah, I agree. Way off pace out of that
Looks like
right.
he's off. Yeah. Probably checking his email on his Starlink.
Nice setup on the back, the way they had the spare racked.
Yeah, he's off pace. Well, he seems off pace. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like he started off this slow. I felt like he was at speed when he left, when he started. So maybe just trying to finish the lap up here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, comes out of the turns really slow. I almost wonder if he's having some sort of mechanical.
Yeah,
But
something.
it just takes a little while to get it up to speed again.
Like it's in limp mode.
Right.
Yeah,
That thing still kicked him.
yeah. And the funny thing, it's probably kicking harder because he's going slower.
Right.
If he was going faster, probably wouldn't kick that bad. Then again, this just might be his pace.
2025 Can-Am Maverick car as well for Tomas. Sergio Nunez will jump in with him, as you mentioned before, out of Ensenada. Francisco Verdugo as well on the team. Picking his way forward, getting towards the end here. Yeah, and I would think would be hard in the throttle here if given the opportunity. Kind of with you there, Roy. I feel like that thing might have been in limp mode. But he's going to get it finished up. That's all that matters.
Yep. .344. Lap time at
That'll wrap up
3:44.
the first day of the 2026 NORRA 1000, the NORRA Baja. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our studios, our separate studios. It's been fun. I mean, kicking off this first day, that's what it's all about. Everybody kind of getting used to what we're going to see, and I thought we saw some really, really good runs out of both the 6100 class and, of course, a couple of those side-by-sides, Roy, really were impressive. Quickest times of the day.
Absolutely. Trey Hernquist was quite impressive on his run. And then so was Robbie and the Matlocks and PJ Jones. They all had good runs, and it was also impressive to see that the UTVs were faster than the 6100s. Now, will that translate out onto the race course over the next 6 days? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's the ultimate test, right? I mean, the 1,400 miles. How long will they survive? Who will have the quicker times? We'll be able to chase this all week long. But one thing's for sure, it's a very competitive environment, and I promise you the 6100s do not want to be beat on any level.
Oh, no, you can't. And they hate this term, but you cannot be beaten by a golf cart. And I'll tell you what, if they do, even the guys will be saying, "Hey, didn't you get beat by a golf cart? My golf cart?" Yeah. So, no, the Razors and the Can-Ams and the Speed UTVs, they made a showing today, and they proved that they can take the top spot, which I was a little surprised. I kind of thought Jake had it. I thought Jake in the 6100 truck had it, but Trey had different ideas.
It was good. I mean, I think it's a lot of what we said, which is that horsepower to weight ratio and the all-wheel drive versus a two-wheel drive. It's a drastically different platform for sure. But it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how things sort out. Those 6100 trucks are very proven. They are very, very durable, and they can push them hard the entire time. And the side-by-sides, they've come a long ways. I mean, we might refer to them as golf carts from time to time, or they might want to tease somebody, but those are very capable and very fast golf carts now.
I'm pretty sure term, and I probably will not use it the rest of the week. But besides that, I think tomorrow will probably work for the side-by-sides. I think they will probably do very well tomorrow because of the track. It's tight, it's twisty for the first 100 miles. It does open up at the end towards San Felipe, but then from San Felipe to Bay of LA, and then Bay of LA to Vizcaíno, to Vizcaíno and San Ignacio, that's going to be a different story. You're going to see those 6100s and even the historic unlimited trucks stretch their legs and show what 800 horsepower can do.
Yeah,
if not more.
And we did not see them in qualifying here today, but yeah, there are a couple of unlimited trucks and some of the unlimited buggies that will be in competition. They'll really be able to stretch out and use some of that horsepower and some of those areas where it's really fast.
Oh, for sure. I can't wait to see some of those trucks run, because to see a truck that's 30, 40 years old scooting along just as fast, if not faster, than the 6100s and making dust, it's a sight to see for sure.
Great to we're going to have the Riviera truck will be part of the competition, and one of those historic trucks that's been around forever.
Yeah, which started out as a Robbie Gordon truck back in 1994. Then Mark Post bought it in, I believe, 99, and it's been the Black Diamond ever since. So, but that truck has a ton of history, and it is still very viable to win this race overall if they have a good day. Plus, with the line of guys that they've got going, Larry Ragland, Mark Post, Josh Daniel, and Ricky Johnson, that's a pretty good lineup.
Yeah, that's a very impressive lineup. I spoke to Ricky, I spoke to RJ a couple of weeks, maybe it was last week, and if they haven't changed anything, I think he told me that he was going to be on the truck for the first day. And then that was going to be it. But, yeah, he and Josh Daniels certainly can run right at pace. I think Mark Post is just going to drive a little bit but wants to be part of the fun. And certainly Ragland, I mean, what a star-studded lineup.
Ragland, 82 years old? And he can outrun this whole field if he wants to. And that's no joke. That guy, somebody forgot to tell him he was 82.
Yeah, and that sounds like a Mario Andretti. I mean, those guys are so loaded with competitiveness and so much skill, even to this day at their age. It's unbelievable how passionate they can be at their age about this style or their style of racing, or really any kind of racing. You put him in something, he's going to go.
Oh, for sure, and it's going to be fun to watch.
It's been a great day, great way to kick things off. Enjoyed the short lap, if you will, to watch everybody go out and get after it. We thank Pam Hall for her efforts down there, along with the rest of the staff that's been in country and feeding us back a little bit of information. The production company here with a daunting task to cover everything that's going on down in Mexico and to bring it all back here and share it with all of us. We appreciate all of their hard work as well. Roy, it's been great. We knocked the dust off here and knocked some of the rust off along the way, and I think we're prepped to go for 6 more days of great racing. Your final thoughts?
Well, as I like to say at the fire department, I was just happy to be here. So I appreciate the invite, and I'm getting a little better. This was day 1 for me, so bear with me. But Ken, at least you're here to set me straight and help me along the way. So I guess we're starting this back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that what we're doing?
8 o'clock Pacific time. They will be at the starting line ready to go, and it will be for real. So we hope you will join us there. For everybody that has watched all day long today, thank you very much for watching that. We appreciate your time. Feel free to share the information with your friends. We'd love to have more watch us throughout the entire race, of course, for the next 6 days. Hope you enjoyed watching all the great qualifying action. We'll kick them all off tomorrow morning, as Roy just mentioned, at 8 o'clock Pacific time, and we'll start off and find out who's going to win this first stage. For Pam Hall and Roy Ward, I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you tomorrow with the NORRA Mexican 1000.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.